takes center stage. And in New York, winning is the only thing that counts. It's baseball on Fox. Last night, Cohn's inspiring comeback collided with the talented Texas Rangers, who themselves have a hunger for respect. Cohn was in a pitching zone, but then came the fateful fourth, where he came apart at the hands of killer Juan Gonzalez, who with his bat drove deep into the Yankees' heart. But now, the Yankees look to Cy Young hopeful Andy Pettitte to again stop the Bombers' bleeding, as he's done 13 times in '96. Keno's Yankees must dig deep from within for some pinstripe pride. Tonight, it's the Rangers and Yankees in Game 2 of the AL Division Series on Fox.
Historic Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built, and the site of some of baseball's best and most memorable moments. Tonight, it's Game 2 of the American League Divisional Series featuring the Texas Rangers and the New York Yankees. After last night's power display by the Rangers, Yankee fans are hoping their 21-game winner, Andy Pettitte, can cool off Texas, while the Rangers counter with Ken Hill on the mound. Rain was a factor earlier in the day in New York. Scattered showers the forecast, but hopefully Mother Nature will cooperate for tonight's Game 2. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the American League Divisional Series here on Fox. I'm Chip Carey, along with my regular partners, Dave Winfield and Steve Lyons. Glad you're joining us for tonight's spectacle. And it's certainly been a spectacle in Baltimore. Today, there's more news on Roberto Alomar's suspension. A highly ranked players union official has informed Fox Sports that Baltimore second baseman Roberto Alomar plans to withdraw the appeal of his 5-game regular season suspension. AL President Gene Budig and Richie Phillips, the umpires union chief, are not at this evening's game, and neither was available for comment on the matter. It has also been learned that the players union plans on notifying the league of Alomar's decision later on this evening. By the way, friends, honk if you've seen Bud Selig or Gene Budig. Now back to the action on the field, and with the playoffs in full swing, let's take a look around the yard and see what's been going on. Controversy in the 8th inning today in Baltimore. B.J. Surhoff at the plate, bouncer back to Ossenmacher, throw to the plate, one, relay the first double play. No, it's a wild throw. The Indians protest as Cal Ripken comes in to score. They wanted the interference. It was ruled an errant throw. The run scores. Baltimore wins the game. They're up 2-0 in the series. Going back to Cleveland, only 3 teams have ever come from an 0-2 deficit to advance in the playoffs. Great pitchers duel today at Dodger Stadium. The Braves and Los Angeles. John Smoltz, 9 innings, 7 strikeouts, 4 hits. Ramon Martinez matched him punch-out for punch-out. Here he gets Chipper Jones, one of his 6 on the day. In the 10th inning, the bullpen decides it. Javier Lopez says, Capaya, solo home run to right center field. Atlanta wins Game 1, a thriller. This series will be decided by pitching 2-1. The final score, Greg Maddux pitching for Atlanta in Game 2. Now, we are getting ready for a thrilling must-win Game 2 for the Yankees in New York. It's Andy Pettitte against Ken Hill, guys. 6-2 the final score last night. What were your keys in the Texas victory?
My opinion, it was the home run by Juan Gonzalez. 3-run home run. Not only because it gave him that 3-run cushion, and I just thought that, let me take you through this play. First pitch, David Cohn brushes Juan Gonzalez off the plate. Okay, he's trying to establish the plate. Then a curveball away he takes. Then he tries to come in, but oh no, he hangs it right there over the plate, and Juan Gonzalez did what he did 47 times during the course of the year, and 24 of those times it carried the Texas Rangers to victory. So therefore, I think it was very important that it loosened the guys up, gave them confidence that they could win, and it started them on the right track, building their playoff history.
Yeah, big mistake by David Cohn. Gonzalez, a guy you don't have to throw a strike to. He'll sometimes get himself out. But, Steve, offense certainly has been the calling card for the Texas team all year. Nobody talks much about their defense. That was huge last night.
Well, and they should, and you know I will, because I couldn't hit, so I got to talk pitching and defense. They're the #1 defense in all of the American League, and this play by Palmer at third base is tremendous. One of the toughest things to do as a third baseman off a left-hander's bat is react to the ball. He makes that play, saves the run. You see Raines doesn't score. That's with second and third, nobody out in the first inning. That settles everybody down. A lot of people thought Raines should have scored on that ball, but when you have nobody out, there's no reason to try to score unless the ball goes through the infield. He made the right play. Palmer makes a great play. Also, 2 for 4 with a home run in that game, too, so he shows some offense.
And it really settled down John Burkett, who gave up 2 hits, or 10 hits, I should say, but got the complete game win for the Texas Rangers. Now, friends, if you think all this talk has been exciting enough, don't go anywhere. We've got the Rangers and the Yankees. A critical Game 2 for New York is coming up next, right after this timeout. The 5 series against the Yankees, 1-0. It's a must-win for New York. With the play-by-play story from the Bronx, here's Tom Brenneman and Bob Brenly.
It's a late arriving crowd after a great deal of rain today in New York. Nonetheless, the atmosphere will be electric at Yankee Stadium for Game 2 of the American League Division Series. The good news for the Yankees is they have their main man on the mound tonight in the man many believe will be the American League Cy Young Award winner in left-hander Andy Pettitte.
Well, normally when you talk about a stopper on a pitching staff, you're talking about a guy that comes into the game in the 9th inning to save a win. In this case, Andy Pettitte is a stopper because this year he's been 13-3 following Yankee losses. He's the man to stop a losing streak. This is the man Joe Torre wants out there tonight.
As far as Texas is concerned, they're feeling real good about things. They got the win here last night, and they have on the mound their ace in the hole, 16-game winner Ken Hill.
Well, John Burkett's 9-inning performance last night notwithstanding, Kenny Hill is definitely the ace of this staff. One thing to watch for tonight, Kenny Hill's going to have to keep the ball in the strike zone, an unusually high number of walks for a man that you consider to be the ace of the staff. If he does keep the ball down, you'll see a lot of swinging strikes, particularly at the split-finger fastball in the dirt.
As far as the lineup change is concerned tonight, Joe Torre shifting gears in the DH slot. Last night he went with Darryl Strawberry. Tonight he turns things over to Big Daddy Cecil Field.
Well, Joe Torre's the man of his word. He said he was going to go with the hot hand. Straw had a chance to do it last night, couldn't get it done. Cecil's going to be the DH in the ball game tonight.
Well, the New York Yankees take the field. And this place already rocking, in the first pitch has not even been turned loose. Paul O'Neill hoping to get things turned around from an offensive standpoint. The Yankees just failed miserably with runners in scoring position last night. A big reason why, Bobby, they couldn't get through against John Burkett.
Well, they had their opportunities against Burkett. John Burkett's the kind of pitcher that will allow a lot of base runners over the course of a game. He gives up over a hit an inning throughout the course of the season, but he seems to be able to make the big pitch when he needs to.
All right, here are tonight's starting lineups for the American League Western Division champion Texas Rangers, managed by Johnny Oates. Darryl Hamilton will lead things off in center field, a most underrated player through his years in Milwaukee and now with Texas. The catcher is Ivan Rodriguez with Rusty Greer in left. The amazing Juan Gonzalez is in right field. And against a left-hander Pettitte, that generally spells bad news for the Southpaws. Will Clark is at first. Dean Palmer, a home run in last night's game, at third. Mickey Tettleton, the DH, with Mark McLemore at second base. And Kevin Elster is the shortstop.
Defensively for the Yankees, here's how they're going to line up. 91 errors, second fewest in Major League Baseball this year. Paul O'Neill, the right fielder, no errors on the season. Tino Martinez, the first baseman, no errors in the last month. A very much improved defensive Yankees team.
Well, it's been an amazing season for Andy Pettitte. 21 wins for the 24-year-old out of Deer Park, Texas.
And what to look for from Andy Pettitte tonight. He throws a regular four-seam fastball. He also throws a devastating cutter. And he throws it in different locations. He'll throw the cutter inside to right-handed hitters. He'll throw the cutter outside to right-handed hitters. He also has a slider. He'll mix in an occasional changeup. Basically a power pitcher. He's going to go right after these Rangers hitters.
Pettitte has made 6 career starts against the Rangers. This season in '96, he went 2-1 with a huge 6.10 ERA. And he was blasted the last time he saw these Rangers in Arlington, giving up 10 hits and 10 earned runs in 2 2/3 innings.
Really, the only two guys in the Rangers lineup that Andy Pettitte has had a lot of success against are Rusty Greer and Mark McLemore. The rest of this Rangers lineup has had pretty good success against Andy Pettitte this season.
So here we go at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte turns it loose, ball one high and into Hamilton, and we're officially underway. Hamilton at .293 on the regular year, 6 home runs and 51 batted in, hitless in the opener last night. Quickly 2-0. Ken Kaiser, the home plate umpire.
Well, Kaiser traditionally has had a high strike zone. He's a very big man. He has a little trouble getting down there to see that low pitch, so look for a lot of high strikes being called tonight.
Now there's a strike on the outer edge. 2-1 to Hamilton. Rangers, if you missed it last night, 6-2 winners behind John Burkett.
Matter of fact, Ken Kaiser's such a big guy, he was a professional wrestler for a while.
2-1 to Hamilton. And there's strike 2 on the inside corner. The starter and loser last night in a, I guess you would call it a David versus Goliath matchup, was David Cone.
Well, David Cone not on the top of his game. You could see it was very apparent he didn't have his good breaking ball last night.
Pettitte tried the breaking ball, missed a little bit low, so now full count to Hamilton. The crowd will come alive all night when a Ranger batter has 2 strikes. Hamilton hangs in there by fouling it off. Three balls, 2 strikes to Darrell Hamilton, leading off the game. On the ground to the rookie, Derek Jeter. 1 away. Derek Jeter, the rookie out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, had a tough game last night, to say the least. 1 hit in 4 at-bats, but left 6 men on base, including the bases loaded in the New York 6th inning.
Had some opportunities last night, couldn't come through, but this is a very poised young man. I'm sure he's back out here tonight. He's completely forgotten last night and very glad to get that first ground ball hit to him tonight. You always want to get in the flow of the game as quickly as you can.
The best catcher in all of baseball, Ivan Rodriguez, 300 hitter, 19 homers, 86 batted in, and takes high for ball 1. Rodriguez 1 of 4 in the game last night and scored 1 of the 6 Ranger runs.
Well, it seems kind of odd to see a catcher hitting in that number 2 spot in the lineup, but Rodriguez handles the bat so well, puts so many balls into play, particularly to the right side, that this is a good slot for him.
Checked his swing. They appeal down to first base umpire Durwood Merrill. He says that Rodriguez was able to hold back, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. What a player, Bobby, Ivan Rodriguez.
I'll tell you, people that have been following the Texas Rangers all year, people watching the game tonight, you're getting an opportunity to see the best of his era. Much like Johnny Bench back in the 70s, Pudge Rodriguez is the catcher of the 90s.
Reno now to Ivan Rodriguez.
He's just a complete package. He calls a good game behind the plate. His defensive skills are unmatched in baseball as far as throwing out runners and handling the game behind the plate. And he brings his bat to the ballpark with him.
Takes all the way on a 3-0 pitch. Looks at a strike. Rodriguez, only 24 years old, a native of Puerto Rico. Already a 5-time All-Star, has won 4 Gold Glove awards. This year should be his 5th. Second straight batter that's gone full against Andy Pettitte.
I would venture to guess that Pudge Rodriguez hasn't seen too many full counts this year. He's normally a very aggressive hitter and likes to swing at that first or second pitch in his at-bat, but has worked Pettitte to a full count now.
Broken bat, popped it up down the right field line. It'll bend out of play, and Rodriguez had it sawed off in his hands. The barrel of the bat rolling out by Andy Pettitte.
Well, with 2 strikes, Rodriguez is trying to protect that plate and wait as long as he can before he commits to the pitch. It looks like that ball got in around the trademark a little bit. Splinters the bat.
Well, now that's been a good bat for Rodriguez this season, Bobby. Now he has to pick a new one.
Hey, you know, that's probably his XXX gamer. Guys are very superstitious about their game bats. They guard those things, hide them in the back of the locker so the bat boys can't even find them. And when you break that XXX gamer and you have to go to your backup bat, sometimes that'll rattle your confidence a little bit.
Again, the 3-2. And Rodriguez is drawing a walk. Well, for those that have followed the Yankees all season long, and when Pettitte arrived in the major leagues last year, he truly is the pickoff artist in all of baseball.
Boy, he really is, Tommy. You can see guys taking a very safe lead at first base. The first base coaches warn the runners. They all know about the move. They've seen it, and he still picks guys off first base, and a lot of times they're looking towards home plate, waiting for the pitch to be delivered as the ball is thrown to first base to pick them off.
Rusty Greer, the Ranger left fielder, settles in. And there's a throw over. Rodriguez saw that one coming.
Even though everybody knows Andy Pettitte has a great move, I don't like to see a left-handed pitcher tip his best move right away. Pudge Rodriguez had about a 1.5-step lead at first base, and Pettitte puts a good move on him over there right out of the chute. I'd like to see a left-hander show a bad move first, maybe lull the guy into a false sense of security.
Greer hits it down the left field line, but foul and out of play. Rodriguez can run a little bit for a catcher, and it looks like Greer has to go back for a new piece of wood.
Well, Rodriguez picks his spots. Five stolen bases, no caught stealing this year. I'm sure he's not the kind of guy that Johnny Oates is just going to give the green light out there, but should the count work in the Rangers' favor, he may give Rodriguez a chance to get started out there on first base and leave it up to Rusty Greer to protect him.
Well, Greer has done plenty of that this season. The 5th best hitter in the American League with a .332 average. He hit 18 home runs, as you see, knocked in 100 runs. Picked out of there by Jim Leyritz, who has become the caddy, so to speak, for Andy Pettitte. Generally will be behind the plate when Pettitte's on the mound.
Well, sometimes it just works out that way, Tommy. I know a lot of managers don't like it when pitchers request a specific catcher, but you can't argue with the numbers, and the Pettitte-Leyritz combination has been outstanding for the Yankees this year.
Back to the mound, should be 2. Jeter to the 12. Double play. No runs, no hits, none allowed. Rangers scoreless in the top of the 1st.
Double play to end the inning, but a little bit of miscommunication. You can see Mariano Duncan here is breaking to cover second base. The throw goes to the shortstop side. Jeter very heads up and alert, makes the play, delivers the ball to first base to complete the double play. All's well that ends well.
Yes, indeedy. And the Yankees hoping to get things started offensively. Here's their lineup. Tim Raines will lead things off and play left field. Batting second and third is Wade Boggs. Paul O'Neill in right. Bernie Williams has been such a terrific player for the Yankees this season. He'll be in center field. You see what he did last season during the playoffs. Tino Martinez at first. Cecil Fielder is a designated hitter tonight. Darryl Strawberry was in the opener last night. Mariano Duncan will be the second baseman. See what he's done at home this year. Jim Leyritz catching with Derek Jeter at short.
Defensively for the Rangers, they lead the American League. They lead Major League Baseball in defense this year. A very good ball club. Dean Palmer much improved at third base. Juan Gonzalez, a Cairn in right field. Of course, Pudge Rodriguez behind the plate. You talk about a stopper on defense. He's the stopper. There you see Kenny Hill on the mound. There's his numbers on the season. Kenny Hill features a fastball, a slider, and a split finger at times that can be very, very good if he keeps it down around the knees. As I mentioned earlier, you'll see a lot of swinging strikes at bad pitches.
Tim Raines lead things off, and he quickly looks at ball 1 low and away. Range injured most of the season. Hit .284 after returning from a fractured thumb, then later a strained hamstring. 9 homers, 33 batted in, and it goes to a ball to strike.
Another thing about Kenny Hill that can be a little deceiving for a hitter is the fact that he does what we call he short arms the ball, much like a catcher would throw the ball to second base. He extends his arm behind his back, but then cocks it behind his ear before delivering the ball. Sometimes it's tough to pick up.
Good off-speed pitch right there, and Raines able to just get a piece of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, that split finger is a pitch that Tim Raines has had trouble with throughout his career. The more traditional, conventional pitches, fastball, slider, curve, Rock has a pretty good time handling those, but the split finger and the changeup are pitches that have given him trouble since he came into the game.
1-2 to Raines. Jam shot. Elster, a diving play in the hole at short. Wasn't hit very hard and hung up long enough for Elster to get there.
And we talked to Johnny Oates the other day and asked him, was he surprised at all of the performance of Kevin Elster? And he said, ask me another question. I'm not surprised at all. When Benji Gill went down with an injury, the Rangers were looking for a shortstop, and all the scouting reports on Kevin Elster were that he can play. He's got great hands, great range, very laid-back attitude out there, and he has fit in well with this Rangers ball club. 1
away for Wade Boggs, and he takes a fastball up. Boggs hit .311 during the regular season, a couple of home runs and 41 batted in. Many wonder if Boggs is healthy. Has had back trouble late in the season. He smokes this ball into left field, but right at Greer. 2 down.
Well, if you can get Wade Boggs to hit the ball in the air to left field, you got a pretty good chance of getting him out. He doesn't really have the kind of power to drive the ball out of the ballpark to the opposite field. His game is more to try to hit that hole between third and short, dribble the ball into left field, get his base hit, let the guys behind him in the lineup do the damage.
Well, the Yankees scored a run in the opening inning last night off of John Burkett. Had it not been for a terrific defensive play by Dean Palmer, they would have had at least 2. But there's 2 down, none on tonight. And here's Paul O'Neill. Strike 1. What a pitching performance by a man you saw a great deal in your coaching days with the Giants. That one fouled away. John Burkett.
John Burkett is one of those guys, when you go home after a ball game, when you faced him, you scratch your head and you wonder, how did he do it? He's just got such great command of all his pitches. He works both sides of the plate. He works up and down. He works quickly, keeps his defense on their toes, and lets them make the plays behind him.
Again, fouled away on the 0-2 pitch.
And you want to talk about a tremendous makeup for a pitcher. This guy, you could never know if he threw a no-hitter or if he gave up 15 runs and got knocked out of the game. Every day he comes to the ballpark, he's going to do the best he can, and that's going to have to be good enough.
Winner on the left, loser on the right in the opening game of the series last night. Into right field, base hit O'Neill. O'Neill's first hit of the series in 5 at-bats.
Paul O'Neill has certainly seen enough of Kenny Hill when they were both in the National League together. Drive this ball into right field. There's a possibility that the outfield grass can be very wet. It rained most of the day here in New York. It stopped about 7 o'clock. The tarps came off. But the outfield grass, it appears to be wet in some areas out there. Gonzalez had no problems with that easy grounder, but it remains to be seen as the game goes on if that's going to be a factor. Bernie Williams, the Yankees center fielder, 29 home runs during the regular season, knocked in 102. And you see he knocked in a run in the game last night. I want to get back to you, Bobby, and ask you something about the outfield grass. Fastball missed. If you're Johnny Oates or Joe Torre with that in mind, do you become a bit more aggressive on the base paths? I think so, definitely. I think so. The ball, particularly ground balls that get through the infield and roll through the wet grass, by the time they get to the outfielder, the horsehide on the ball is going to be very slippery. And it's a lot of times it's very difficult to make a throw, especially if you do not get a hold of the seams before you release the ball.
Williams waves and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. No score, last of the first inning. And you see in the upper left-hand corner our Fox telling you the count, what inning we're in, how many are out, and the red dot at first base indicating that the team batting has a runner occupying that base in this half inning.
That red dot right there.
1-1 pitch. Missed low.
It always appears that the left and right fielder are playing so deep in Yankee Stadium. I think it's more a result of the fact that it's so short down the left and right field lines here. But Gonzalez standing only a few steps in front of the warning track in right field. Looks like he's out there in the stands somewhere.
Yes. Well, he heard it from some of the folks in the stands. Almost felt it last night. 2-1 pitch. And it goes to 3-1 to Bernie Williams.
The game was delayed temporarily last night as Ken Kaiser, who was working first base last night, ran out into right field and told Juan Gonzalez, you know, if you feel you're in danger out here, you just let us know. We'll pull the team off the field. But apparently the fans who were responsible for throwing the articles on the field apparently quit at that time. They saw Ken Kaiser and didn't want anything to do with him, so they knocked it off.
Kenny Hill, the 16-game winner, 30 years old, out of Lynn, Massachusetts, has a chance to give his team a 2-0 lead in this series. And it's popped up, should in the inning. Rusty Greer waiting. And that is that. O'Neill, a 2-out single. We'll see Juan Gonzalez lead things off when the Rangers bat in the second. No score. Kenny Hill taking care of business in the bottom half of the first inning, limiting New York to a 2-out single from Paul O'Neill, but got Bernie Williams on a pop fly to left to get out of the inning. So here's the amazing Juan Gonzalez. 47 home runs as he takes high ball 1. 144 runs batted in to go with a .314 average. And bear in mind that Gonzalez missed 28 games during the regular year due to a partially torn quadriceps. Hit hard down the left field line near the corner, and that ball is a fair ball, a home run. Gonzalez hitting one down the line, and the fans arguing that ball was foul into the corner. Almost the exact same place where he hit the home run in last night's game, and Joe Torre is going to come out and argue this call.
Well, for postseason, you have umpires down both foul lines. That's Mark Johnson down the left field line, and I believe he's saying that the fan reached over into fair territory, actually, and touched this ball. It's hit right down the left field line. You can see the ball hooking. It appears it's going to stay fair at this point. But you can see the fans on the foul side of the pole reaching over into fair territory. Good call by Mark Johnson.
Boy, and a great shot from our Fox crew. Clearly, that ball was a fair ball by Gonzalez.
And Joe Torre doesn't have the advantage that we do of seeing the replay. That was a great play by the fan, by the way, to barehand that ball reaching across the foul pole. But nonetheless, Juan Gonzalez taking advantage of that short porch here at Yankee Stadium again. Last night's home run went about 325 feet down in that corner. This one went about 320 feet into the corner. One more look again, as you'll see the fan right there by the foul pole reach across into fair territory, well above the fence. Well, you're busted.
Well, Joe Torre is taking a seat in the Yankee first base side dugout. So Juan Gonzalez has homered in each of the first 2 games of this American League Division Series. 1-0 Rangers in the second. And here's your former teammate back to your Giant days in Will Clark.
Not really the same kind of hitter he was with the San Francisco Giants, but still a dangerous batter up there at the plate.
0-2.
So coming into this season, Will Clark had only been on the disabled list twice for a couple of different leg injuries, but spent 3 different stints on the disabled list this year. There you see the scouting report on Will Clark. He uses his right heel as a timing device. He looks to hit the ball to left field. He's basically an opposite field hitter now, and most of his power, particularly pull power, is gone.
Indicated right there, a little weak roller down to Mariano Duncan. So Will the Thrill Clark, one of the great nicknames in all of baseball, is retired. 1 away here in the Rangers' second inning.
I think the injury that Will Clark suffered to his elbow has taken away more of his power than anything else. He has a lot of trouble extending on balls. Teams tend to jam him inside a lot. And he pretty much concedes that. He's basically an opposite field gap hitter now. Still a very dangerous RBI threat.
1 in, 1 out, and here's Dean Palmer. He homered in last night's game and takes a fastball a little bit high. Palmer hit 38 home runs during the regular season and knocked in 107 runs. One and one, but certainly one of the real key moments, that play Palmer made with the leather rather than with the bat in the first inning, saving a couple of runs.
Oh, absolutely. And Steve Lyons hit it right on the head in the pregame show. A third baseman with a ball coming off the bat of a left-hander. That is a very tough play. Diving to his right, fielding that ball on one hop. You don't anticipate a left-hander hitting the ball hard down your way at third base, but he was able to dive out there, make the play, get up and throw the runner out of first base and prevent the Yankees from scoring.
1-2 pitch. Pettitte, his first strikeout of the night.
Took a little bit off the slider right there. A lot of these Rangers hitters are what you would consider, if you sat in on a scouting room, a lot of dead fastball hitters. Dean Palmer is one of those guys. If you can work ahead in the count to him and throw him off-speed pitches out of the strike zone, you have a better chance of getting him out.
Pettitte touched up for a leadoff home run down the left field line by Juan Gonzalez to open things here in the second inning. And a 1-0 Ranger lead. 2 out, none on for Mickey Tettleton, the DH. Ball 1 high.
Mickey Tettleton, as you will see immediately, a very unusual batting stance at the plate. Lays that bat out flat behind him. But like a lot of hitters who have little idiosyncrasies that they do at the plate, by the time that pitcher releases the ball, he'll have that bat up into a good hitting position.
Swing and a miss. 1-1. Well, only in New York. We understand that the fan who made the catch a short while ago is about to be interviewed for the local papers, or maybe it just concluded an interview with local television.
Well, that guy's liable to have his own talk show here in New York by tomorrow.
1-2. At the very minimum, his face on a T-shirt.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, the Yankee Stadium crowd will get things stirring again as Pettitte has gone to 1-2 on Tettleton. Well, there's a reporter we were talking about a minute ago coming down to get a few comments from the fans.
That was a real nice shot of that reporter.
Yeah.
Good angle.
His better side. And that's in the dirt, 3-2.
Of course, somebody at home recognizes that angle. That's the scary part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now he's signing autographs, for crying out loud.
Only in New York.
Yeah, he'll be at a card show tomorrow. Your star.
3-2 to Tettleman. 2 out, nobody on. And now Tettleman wants timeout. Well, certainly we have news, as Chip Carey told you about in the pregame show, involving the Major League Baseball Players Association in relation to the Roberto Alomar situation. Bring you up to date on that. As it's ball 4 to Tettleman. He draws a 2-out walk, the second issued in the game by Andy Pettitte. Now Donald Fear, the union representative, is going to stop by the television booth in just a few moments. He's advised the American League that Roberto Alomar has withdrawn his appeal of discipline for his actions during the game of Friday, September the 26th. The 5-game championship season suspension will be served for the first 5 games of the 97 year, and we'll hear from Donald Fear regarding that in the bottom half of the second inning. Strike 1 to Mark McLemore, the Rangers' second baseman. McLemore, an underrated player, had a fine season. Hit .290, 5 home runs, 46 batted in. You could use that same description for a lot of these Rangers. It truly is a winning team effort. 1-1.
You know, a lot of times you can put a collection of great ball players together. It doesn't necessarily translate into a lot of wins. But Johnny Oates and the front office here in Texas have really put together a team. These guys mesh together very well. Their talents complement each other very well.
1-1 to McLemore. Grounded, and that is a foul ball. Now they were saying, hold on a minute, that is a foul ball. It was called by the home plate umpire, Ken Kaiser.
Well, until the ball gets past third base, the call is that of the home plate umpire, and Kaiser was right on top of it. Had a good look right down that third base line. Even though Boggs' body was in their territory, when he fielded the ball was in foul territory. Dave Boggs is another one of those players who's turned himself into a pretty good defensive third baseman. Early in his career, thought of as a liability at third base, basically an offensive player, but he's got 2 gold gloves to his credit and works very hard at the defensive side of his game.
1 ball, 2 strikes to McLemore with Mickey Tettleton on at first and 2 out. Strike 3 called, ends the inning. Juan Gonzalez, a star in Texas with the Ranger fans right now, and a star is born at Yankee Stadium. How about this catch? Yes, it's a fair ball and a home run. 1-0 Rangers.
The Major League Baseball's Division Series is brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. By Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. By Aflac, insuring over 40 million people worldwide. And by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper is just what the doctor ordered.
Sold out Yankee Stadium, Game 2 of the American League Division Series. Rangers coming away with 6-2 victory last night. Andy Pettitte, you see his reaction after heading back to the Yankee dugout after serving up the home run by Juan Gonzalez to open things in the second. So here we go in the bottom of the inning with Tino Martinez looking at a strike from Ken Hill. Well, we told you that Donald Fair has been kind enough to join us in the booth, head of the Players Union, Players Association, as it goes to 1-1 regarding the Roberto Alomar situation. And well, Donald, you tell all the folks at home exactly what the Players Association is elected to do.
Well, it's not Players Association. The player has a right to file an appeal. He has a right to continue to withdraw it. And after a lot of reflection and in an effort to try and put an end to this, he's decided to withdraw the appeal, and the original penalty will stand as imposed, and we consider the matter over.
I have to ask you, Donald, because I think a lot of people in America, baseball fans, are really bothered by what Roberto Alomar did. And quite frankly, I am too, not that my opinion means anything about it, but how can you justify what he did?
I don't think it's a matter of justifying things. People get hot, they get angry. Sometimes they do things they later regret. They apologize. They try and make amends as best they can. He did, but you have to go on with life. There's great playoffs, hopefully a great World Series to come, and nobody wants to get in the way of that or to continue the controversy.
You know, not insinuating that John Hirschbeck in any way baited or tried to get Roberto Alomar to do what he did. Is the problem of confrontational umpires, is that going to be addressed at any time in the offseason?
Well, that's been kicking around for a long time, and I think it's been the desire of everyone, once we get a collective bargaining agreement resolved, to try and turn to that issue and see if we can, you know, get the chips off everybody's shoulders, and it's a mutual thing.
Leadoff walk drawn by Tino Martinez. Can't let you get out of here without asking about a labor agreement. It looked so close a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
What has gone wrong? Why isn't there an agreement when we all thought there was going to be one?
Well, I'm still hopeful that there will be one. It's virtually done, as I've said many times. And the players know it. We're waiting for the owners to continue work on it. Hopefully they'll get done quickly, and we'll have it signed, sealed, and delivered.
Cecil Fielder getting him stirred up here at Yankee Stadium. Looks at ball one. Prediction. I know you're not in the prediction business. Will an agreement be finished in the next couple of months?
Well, I certainly hope it's finished in the next several weeks, because we get to the free agency season and things begin to get complicated, and I think everybody would like it done before the World Series is over.
One final question. Is the holdup, at least from your vantage point, on the owner's side, still service time?
No, I think that's unfair to limit it to a single thing. I think that they're discussing it. They're trying to come to grips with it, to understand the various agreements that were made, and I'm hopeful that when they see all the trade-offs and compromises, they'll understand that we need to conclude this deal. Randy and I are virtually done from our part.
3-0 now the fielder. Well, Donald, thanks so much for stopping up and taking the time, and the best of luck in getting that thing done.
I'll take every bit of luck I can get.
Fair enough. Donald Fair, kind enough to join us up here in the booth. So again, for those of you that missed it, just very quickly recapping. The Players Association has advised the American League that Roberto Alomar has withdrawn his appeal of discipline for his actions spitting in the face of home plate umpire John Hirschbeck, and that means that he'll serve the 5-game suspension at the beginning of the 97 season. Interesting to see the umpire's reaction to all of this. But that's for another time. Fielder in the lineup as a designated hitter. Strawberry was there last night and went 0 for 4. 3-0 to Cecil. Back-to-back walks issued to open up the second inning by Kenny Hill.
Well, we mentioned at the top of the show that Kenny Hill occasionally will pitch himself into trouble. He walked 95 batters in 250 innings this year. It's a very dangerous thing to walk the 2 leadoff hitters in the inning. It really sets up a big inning for the Yankees if they're able to capitalize.
Well, now a big chance for New York, and here's Mariano Duncan. Hit .340 during the regular season. Couple of hits in the opener last night, 2 singles, knocked in a run. And we showed you that Mariano Duncan at home this year has been a .406 batter. Strike one. Palmer tucked in at third. Joe Torre, a National League-like style manager. Do you look for maybe Duncan as he glances down to third base coach Willie Randolph to think about putting one down?
I don't think with Mariano Duncan, he's been such a big cog in this Yankees offense this year. They want to let him swing the bat whenever they can. As you can see, a great shot there. Dean Palmer sneaking in at third base.
0-1. Duncan swings away. This could be 2. Palmer to second for 1, and the throw pulls McLemore off the bag, but he reached back the other way and was able to tag the base before Fielder got there. So advancing on to third is Tino Martinez, and safe on the fielder's choice is Duncan.
A very athletic play by Mark McLemore to corral this throw from Dean Palmer. You can see the umpire gets well out of the way. Palmer just hangs onto that ball too long. McLemore at that point hadn't touched the base, but he reaches back with the ball in his glove, tags the base to get the force. Double play still in order here for the Rangers. You know, we asked Joe Torre because of the weather earlier today if perhaps he might play for a run early in the ball game, maybe have a guy sacrifice that normally wouldn't, and he said he might have to think about that, but the forecast for the rest of the evening is clear skies, good weather, so the Yankees are going to play their traditional game.
Jimmy Leyritz The Yankee catcher looks at a strike. Leyritz, of course, will forever be remembered for the 2-run home run in the bottom of the 15th as the Yanks became the first team in postseason history to overcome 4 deficits. Won that one in 15. Leyritz listed down the right field line, bending foul and out of play.
Well, the Yankees are very fortunate to have 2 catchers in Joe Girardi and Jim Leyritz, both of whom are very good handlers of a pitching staff. Girardi gets most of the playing time, has a little better speed than Jim Leyritz, perhaps hits for a little better average. Leyritz has a little more power, and as we noted, seems to be the personal valet catcher of Andy Pettitte.
1-0 Ranger lead. Yankees with runners on the corners and only 1 out. The 0-2 Hill to Leyritz. Back to the mound. This could be 2. Throw high to McLemore, and again they can't turn it. A run scores to tie the game. The best defensive team in the American League fails twice to turn a double play that would have gotten Ken Hill out of the inning unscored upon.
Well, Kenny Hill just lollipops this ball back to second base. Perhaps once again, much like the Yankees earlier in the ball game, there might have been some confusion as to who was supposed to cover. Throws the ball almost over McLemore's head. Once again, a great athletic play just to catch this throw, come down on the bag, get the force play. Kenny Hill very upset with himself. Normally a very good fielding pitcher.
So 1-1 game. Leyritz on at first. He gets a run batted in, and here's Derek Jeter. And it's strike 1. Brought up last night. Jeter 1 of 4. Left 6 runners on base, including the bases loaded in the Yankees' 6th inning.
Jeter just appeared to be a little over-anxious last night. He likes to get the ball away and shoot it into right field, but he was trying to do things with pitches that were out of the strike zone and getting himself out last night.
Like that right there.
Much like that right there. It's certainly understandable for a young man to be a little anxious in his first postseason. The adrenaline's pumping, the crowd's filled up. Fox is here for crying out loud. It's understandable he's nervous.
0-2 to Jeter. Leyritz representing the go-ahead run, leads at first, held by Will Clark. Well, Bobby, you went through it your first time in postseason play, and the nerves, I would imagine, indescribable.
Oh, absolutely. You just try to maintain your concentration and keep your mind on the task at hand. If you take even a moment to turn around and look up into the stands or even look out towards the scoreboard and just take in this whole surroundings, it can be very overwhelming. I don't care if it's your home stadium or the visiting stadium on the road. It can be a very overwhelming experience.
Well, we talked to some of the Yankees, and they said this ballpark, even for the home team, truly can be overwhelming in postseason play.
Oh, particularly for guys who have come here from other organizations. Jim Leyritz was telling us a great story about Jeff Nelson. His first trip in here, and Cecil Fielder, of course, they've done some damage with other ball clubs, and Yankee fans are not quick to forget.
Jam shot right at McLemore ends the inning. The Yankees a gift run without the benefit of a hit, and the Rangers missed a couple of times on double play balls, much to the dismay of the right-hander Kenny Hill. First pitch swinging. Kevin Elster opens up the 3rd inning with a shot to straightaway center field. Bernie Williams unable to catch up with it, and he's standing with a leadoff double.
Well, fortunately for Pettitte, Kevin Elster hits this ball to the deepest part of Yankee Stadium, just to the right of the 408 mark in dead center field. Kevin Elster, very surprising power. Hadn't really hit a lot of home runs in his career before this season, but had a particularly good first half, cooled off somewhat in the second half, but still a bat that you have to respect. You cannot make mistakes on Kevin Elster. They have him hiding down there in that 9 spot, drove in 99 runs from the 9 spot in the order this year.
Well, the Yankees looking for a bunt from the leadoff man, Darrell Hamilton. And that's at least what he shows on the first pitch. It misses low, ball 1 from Pettitte.
Boggs cheating in at third base. Martinez in even with the baseline at first base, anticipating the bunt.
No sign that time from Hamilton. 2-0.
This is a very tough defensive situation. Hamilton handles the bat very well. He's a very capable bunter. Elster second base with average speed, but a very good and smart base runner. Defensively, the Yankees are going to have to be on their toes.
So a leadoff double by Elster, just missing, hitting one out to straightaway center field. And now it's 2-0 on Darrell Hamilton, who grounded to short his first time up. And there's a strike, 2-1.
Well, Martinez, a side benefit of cheating in for the bunt, he has now backed up a step or two, but a hard hit ball right at him at first base, and that's what Hamilton will try to do if he does swing away, is hit the ball to the right side. A hard hit ball to Martinez, he may be able to make the play at third.
Hamilton took a stab at that and missed it despite being out of the strike zone. So it goes to 2-2. Martinez will back up at first base.
And now, obviously, what I just said is no longer in effect, because where Martinez is playing, he's not going to be able to throw out the runner at third. As you can see, Darrell Hamilton did offer to bunt that ball. Ken Kaiser right on top of it.
2-2 pitch. Softly lined to Jeter. Alert base running by Elster to get back to the bag, avoiding the double play. So the Rangers, who have been so good at doing the little things, missed a chance defensively to get out of the inning. The Yankees scored a run on 2 missed double play balls, and now Hamilton unable to get Elster over to third base.
And one thing the Rangers have been able to do most of this season is rebound from these little things. When they have made mistakes, when they have made errors, they've been able to come back, get back into the ball game.
What a job by Ranger manager Johnny Oates this season, 50-year-old native of Prince George, Virginia. One out, Elster at second, and here's Ivan Rodriguez. Strike one on the inside edge.
Rodriguez, I don't know if he's taken 2 first pitch strikes all season. And his first 2 at-bats in the ball game tonight, he went to 2-0 last at-bat before they threw him a strike. He takes a first strike this time. That's one of the things he said he wanted to work on, be a more patient hitter.
Hit in the air down the right field line. O'Neill is there. Elster will tag. He'll come to third and goes in standing up.
Well, the failure of Darrell Hamilton to get down that sacrifice bunt has cost the Rangers a run. Of course, we don't know what would have transpired. Andy Pettitte may have pitched differently to Pudge Rodriguez, but it's one of those what ifs. You ask yourself after the ball game, what if?
2 down with Elster at third base, and here's Rusty Greer. He ended the Ranger first inning with a 1-6-3 double play and takes a fastball high and tight.
Pettitte definitely wants to go after Rusty Greer right here. Do not want to fall behind in the count. Throw strikes. Make Rusty Greer put that ball in play and hope your defense can make a play behind you, because the guy on deck can hurt you.
1-1 now to Greer. And everybody in the ballpark knows who's standing on deck. Juan Gonzalez. Good save there by Laritz as it goes to 2 balls and a strike.
It appears he had a little trouble with that cutter right there, or perhaps a slider from Andy Pettitte. Pettitte occasionally will take a little bit off of that cutter. He'll take a little bit off his slider to make it more like an off-speed pitch.
Elster at third with 2 away. The 2-1 to Greer. Got away from Pettitte. And now he's fallen behind the man. As you pointed out, Bobby, he had to go after 3-1, and he faces a prospect of seeing Gonzalez in a moment.
Well, and they haven't had a lot of luck with Gonzalez all season long, nor in his first at-bat tonight.
3-1 to Greer. Pettitte turns it loose, and he has walked the left-handed batting Ranger left fielder.
Rusty Greer is a very good left-handed hitter at hanging in against left-handed pitchers. He'll stay in there, keep that shoulder in there, keep the bat in the strike zone, but you have to force that left-hander to beat you. You cannot let Juan Gonzalez come up here.
Well, the interesting question now, Bobby, do you think about walking Gonzalez to face a left-handed batter in Will Clark next?
Well, if they were thinking that way, I would certainly hope they'd go ahead and walk him intentionally. Teams have, at least the Yankees, have not had great success pitching around Juan Gonzalez. It seems they try to go inside, they make a mistake, as Dave Winfield pointed out. Last night, David Cohn tried to get inside with a fastball and couldn't do it.
And that one in the dirt. Well, to say that Gonzalez has hurt the Yankees is as big an understatement as you can find. Look at those numbers this season. Slugging percentage up over 1,100, the 7 home runs, including the 2 in postseason play, and 20 runs batted in 42 at-bats.
Well, normally a guy with numbers like that, you would have to look back at your scouting reports and say we're doing something wrong. But I think it's just the fact this guy is a great, great hitter.
High drive into deep left field. Raines drifts back to the wall. Gonzalez is homered again. Home runs by Juan Gonzalez against Yankee pitching this season. 3 now in the first 2 games of this series. And that gives Texas a 4-1 lead in the 3rd.
Joe Torre may have to start considering walking Juan Gonzalez no matter what the situation is with runners on base. He really seems to be locked in up there. He's getting tremendous extension on his swing. Here you see the reaction in the Rangers dugout. They've seen that a bunch this year. That's not an unfamiliar sight to that Rangers bench.
Well, that gives Gonzalez 50 home runs. 47 in the regular season, and now 3 in 12 innings of this series. And Clark takes inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
And it all gets back to Pettitte's inability to get the left-handed hitting Rusty Greer with 2 outs in the inning. Put him on base via the walk. Gave Gonzalez a chance to come up with a couple men on base.
Clark thought about it. It goes to 3-0.
Well, it's no consolation to Andy Pettitte, but a lot of pitchers in the American League have been hanging their head after throwing a meatball up there to Juan Gonzalez this year.
3-1 now to Clark. Well, Gonzalez, an amazing turnaround after a couple of disappointing seasons. Has certainly matured into not only a great player, but a great person off the field as it's ball 4 to Clark. And Andy Pettitte appears to have lost it here in the Ranger 3rd inning. And Mel Stottlemyre, the Yankee pitching coach, will come out for a quick trip.
Pettitte is having trouble with left-handed hitters, which it's just not supposed to happen. With that cutter, with the slider, with the good hard fastball that he can get inside on left-handers, he should be eating those guys up.
Well, Gonzalez back in the 2nd inning faced Andy Pettitte and got him for a second, or got the Yankees down the line for a 2nd straight game.
That's the one he hit down there to the fan of the day. Some people would call that a cheap home run, only about 320 feet right down the line, but nothing cheap about this one. Full extension, a low ball. He likes them down low. It just seems like the Yankees, when they do make mistakes, they're making mistakes right where Juan Gonzalez wants the ball.
And the ball sailing deep into the Bronx night. A 4-1 Texas lead. And it's on the ground off the bat of Dean Palmer. Jeter beats Duncan at the bag, but not before the damage is done. Juan Gonzalez, a 3-run bomb, has given the Rangers a 4-1 lead. Hearing it from the crowd in right field here at Yankee Stadium. He hit a solo home run in the 2nd inning, a 3-run home run in the 3rd, propelling Texas to a 4-1 lead as we head for the bottom of the inning. Top of the order for the Yanks against Kenny Hill, and Tim Raines looks at ball 1. Raines lines softly to the shortstop Kevin Elster in the 1st inning. Raines to lead it off. He'll be followed by Wade Boggs as that one's fouled out of play. 1-1. Boggs hit the ball hard his first time up, but lined it right at Rusty Greer. The ever and always superstitious Wade Boggs. We had a chance to bring up that topic with him a couple of days ago. And we'll let you hear what he had to say about it in a moment. 2-1 to Raines.
I think superstitious might be a huge understatement when you're talking about Wade Boggs.
Two and one to Raines, leading off the Yankee 3rd. 3 balls and a strike. And Kenny Hill, wild in the 2nd inning, walked the first 2 batters. Eventually led to the only Yankee run. 3-1 delivery. High pop fly. Shallow right field. McLemore calling off Clark. One away. Well, Wade Boggs, yes, he is a superstitious young man. Tell us about it, Wade.
My day's so consumed by about 80 or 85 superstitions that 80 or 85? I have about 80 or 85 that I go through every day, and you can leave one or two off, but you can't leave the chicken off. That's number one on the list.
Of course, it's well known Wade Boggs eats a steady diet of chicken before every ball game. He's issued a cookbook with his recipes for chicken.
You might want to change a few as he is thrown out. 80 or 85.
And some of them are baseball related. I mean, we see Wade Boggs as the first guy out of the Yankee clubhouse every day. He plays catch with the same guy every day. He has a bunting drill that he does every day before batting practice, but to run that total up to 85, I mean, he must rotate his tires every day, floss the uppers before the lowers. 85 superstitions.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to know a lot of those.
I don't think so. That's a very time-consuming habit.
Paul O'Neill, first pitch swinging, slices it foul and out of play.
Football players in general are superstitious. Some of them may say, no, I don't have any superstitions. Everybody knows about jumping over the foul lines or not talking about a no-hitter as it's in progress, but Wade carries it to the maximum extreme. That's probably his lucky cup.
Swing and a miss.
I think he's up to about 32 or 33 already. Doesn't sit down right away. That's 34.
Maybe 6 chews on the gum before the next sip. Right back down, and a fine play made by Kenny Hill to knock it down. Clark nearly lost it in the lights on the throw over. So we head for the 4th inning. 4-1, Texas in front. Snoopy One has teamed up with Fox Sports to provide an aerial view of Yankee Stadium. The MetLife blimp does not require a home base and is constantly on the road, logging over 60,000 miles a year. A great look at historic Yankee Stadium, the home team trailing Texas 4-1 as we open up the 4th inning. A big inning for Andy Pettitte.
Well, he needs to reestablish the strike zone. Andy Pettitte all over the place last inning. When he did throw a pitch in the strike zone, it was right in Juan Gonzalez's happy zone. He's a much better pitcher than he showed last inning. I'm sure Mel Stottlemyre and Joe Torre hope that it was just a temporary thing and he'll get right back into a groove.
Mickey Tettleton walked his first time up, and he looks at a strike, 1-1.
Well, you can see on Mickey Tettleton's bat, most guys just kind of smear that pine tar all around their bat. You can see the top line of that pine tar is very exact. Of course, you'll remember the George Brett pine tar incident. It's 18 inches from the end of the bat is where the pine tar is allowed to start. And obviously, Mickey Tettleton got out his ruler, measured 18 inches, and that is exactly where that pine tar starts, right in the middle of that trademark.
Hit hard but foul. You brought up his unorthodox style of hitting at least the hands before the pitcher delivers the ball, but he gets it where he wants it clearly.
It's a very fine line, though, between starting with that bat very flat like he does, getting it up into the hitting area, and then starting his swing. If he happens to begin too late, obviously he's going to be tardy on the pitch. If he starts too soon, he's going to be out in front of the pitch. But it's something that Mickey Tettleton feels very comfortable with.
Tettleton's such a good eye at the plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, if you were a gambling man, you could bet on one of 3 things happening when Mickey Tettleton is at the plate. He's going to strike out, he's going to walk, or he's going to hit a home run.
And there's ball 4. He's walked for the 2nd time in the game. And this season, Tettleton, for the 7th consecutive year, walked 90 or more times.
Tremendous eye at the plate, knows his strike zone very well, very still in the batter's box, not a lot of wasted movement, gets a very good look at the pitch.
Well, not a good start for Andy Pettitte here in the 4th inning. He has walked his 5th batter of the game. And here's Mark McLemore, who took a called 3rd strike, ending the Rangers' 2nd. Puts down a gorgeous bunt in front of the plate. Pettitte will throw to Tino Martinez covering first, so give the sacrifice to McLemore, advancing Tettleton into scoring position.
Mickey Tettleton, not great speed on the bases. I think Johnny Oates realized if he wants to get Tettleton around there and score him in this inning, he's got to get him at least to second base here for Kevin Elster. Kevin Elster, a pretty good handler of the bat, sprays the ball around from foul line to foul line. It's going to take a very deep base hit to score Mickey Tettleton from second base, though.
Elster hammered a Pettitte pitch into straightaway center field. It rocketed off of the wall for a double. He later scored on the 3-run home run by Juan Gonzalez in the third inning. And he looks at ball one.
Boy, Jimmy Leyritz has made several nice stops on balls in the dirt already here in the top of the fourth inning of this ball game. I think that's about the 5th or 6th ball in the dirt that he's blocked.
See what Elster has done, batting in the 9 spot this season. 2-0.
Here you see Leyritz on this block from an Andy Pettitte pitch in the dirt. Sometimes there's good blocks, sometimes there's lucky blocks. This was a good block. He had that glove down, covering the hole between the legs, kept his body squared up, kept the ball in front of him.
Hitters count here for Elster, 2-0 with Tettleton at second base and 1 out. And he looks at a belt-high strike.
There is no such thing as a bad block. Even if it hits the umpire and stays in front, that's a good block.
Well, the umpire might argue about that.
Well, Kaiser gives you a pretty good target to aim at back there, but, you know, there is a proper way to block a ball in the dirt, and Leyritz did it very well on that pitch we saw a few moments ago.
Elster thought about it. Did he go? The appeal to first base. Nothing doing, says Durwood Merrill. So now again, a hitter's situation for Elster at 3 balls and 1 strike.
Kevin Elster's had a fine year, particularly driving in runs and unexpected power, but you do not want to get to the top of that Rangers orders with 2 runners on base and only 1 out in the inning.
3 balls and a strike. And it's ball 4 high and away, the 6th walk of the game by Andy Pettitte.
Well, Stottlemyre's going to make another trip to the mound here to talk to Andy Pettitte. I wouldn't be surprised if Joe Torre gets some activity, already might have some activity going in that Yankees bullpen. You cannot afford to fall far behind this Rangers team, because once they get a lead, you've heard the old saying that hitting is contagious, and these guys have had a rash all summer long. This entire Rangers team can sense when they have a pitcher on the ropes, as you see right-hander Brian Boehringer begin to warm up in the Yankees bullpen.
He's done a solid job since moving from starter to reliever.
It just took him a little while to find his niche. The Yankees rushed him up here a couple times to some spot starts when they had injuries, and he failed miserably as a starter, but since he's come back up in the bullpen as the long guy, he's really done a fine job for the Yankees. Sinker slider pitcher, throws a lot of ground balls.
A rough night nonetheless for the man that will more than likely be, it would be a stunning upset if he wasn't, the American League Cy Young Award winner for 1996.
Well, you might get some argument from fans in Toronto about Pat Hentgen, who had a great season in his own right up there in Toronto, but and some Yankee fans may even argue Mariano Rivera should get the Cy Young Award, but I think the odds-on favorite would have to be Andy Pettitte. And, of course, the performances in postseason are not, the voting is already done. So these performances that you see in the postseason are not really taken into consideration for the postseason awards.
See the red dots at first and second. Rangers have him there. Tettleton at second. Elster on at first with 1 out. And Darrell Hamilton looks at strike 1. At the end of tonight's game, Bob and I will be selecting the Chevrolet player of the game. Hamilton 0 for 2 is grounded to short and a line to short. Soft liner again Jeter's way. So Hamilton playing Pepper with the New York shortstop. 2 gone.
Well, I guarantee you somebody in that Rangers dugout had told him to try somebody else. He grounded to Jeter in the first inning, did a soft liner to him in the third, and once again here in the fourth, another soft liner to Jeter. Try somebody else.
The 6 walks by Pettitte in the game tonight. A season high for the 24-year-old left-hander, and now he'll turn his attention to Ivan Rodriguez, who has walked and flied out to right.
Rodriguez has been very patient his first 2 at-bats in this ball game, but with a runner in scoring position here and 2 outs, I look for him to be hacking it the first thing close to that strike zone.
And right you are, but right away, Bob. The inning is over. Couple of walks, couple of men left. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Rangers 4, Yankees 1. Yankee Stadium. Rangers lead 4-1 as we head for the bottom half of the 4th inning. Brian Leach on the left and Mr. New York, Mark Messier, on the right of the New York Rangers.
Speaking of Rangers, right there they are, the captain. Rangers won big last night, a preseason game over the Penguins.
Well, that's a tough-looking dude, isn't it?
He needs to stand a little closer to that razor. Of course, I'm not going to tell him that. That's a catcher right there. If he'd have played baseball, he'd have been a catcher.
Well, here we go in the Yankee 4th inning, and the crowd willing the home team to try and climb back in it, trailing by 3. Bernie Williams leading things off. He'll be followed by Tino Martinez and then Big Daddy Cecil Fielder. A ball, a strike. Williams left O'Neill at first, ending the first with a fly ball to shallow left field. Rusty Greer. Kenny Hill has only allowed 1 base hit.
You saw a brief shot there of Joe Torre talking to catcher Jim Leyritz. A lot of times a pitcher will not tell the truth when he goes to his pitching coach or his manager, and you have to go to the catcher to get the real story.
2-1.
Sometimes the catcher won't even give you the real story either, but you know, Jimmy Leyritz, as we mentioned, has been Pettitte's personal catcher this year, and he should know better than anybody else if Andy Pettitte's got anything left.
2-1 to Bernie Williams. He's on the outside corner. He didn't like the call by Ken Kaiser.
Well, the concern of Joe Torre is Rusty Greer, Juan Gonzalez, and Will Clark, the middle of the Rangers order coming up next inning. He walked Greer last time, and of course we know what Juan Gonzalez has done against Pettitte in 2 at-bats tonight, so Joe Torre not taking any chances.
Just off the inside edge. 3-2 to Bernie Williams. Tino Martinez next. If you missed some of the action around the division series earlier today, we'll bring you up to date here in just a moment. But first, a 3-2 to Bernie Williams. Clark, a nice play off the short hop, goes to Hill, and Williams retired at the beginning inning. Well, speaking of the divisional series around the major leagues, let's send it back for all the news with our buddy Chip Gehring.
Okay, Tommy, thanks a lot. The defending American League champion Indians are in trouble. They're down 2-0. Controversial play today in Baltimore. The Indians try to turn a 1-2-3 double play. B.J. Surhoff inside the line, but in the umpire's judgment, it was a wild throw. Cal Ripken scores the go-ahead run, and the Orioles win it 7-4. Game 3 Friday. Mussina and McDowell, a must-win
Certainly
for
a
Baltimore.
shocking development. Former American League champions of a year ago. Martinez hits it into right field off the end of the bat, and not deep enough. Gonzalez 1 step on the track there, 2 away. Well, the crowd got excited, but we could tell from here he did not get much of it.
Well, Yankee fans have seen a lot of home runs hit to that short porch in right field by a lot of great players. Tino Martinez had his share this year as he pumped out 25 dingers, but appeared to hit that ball out off the end of the bat a little bit, didn't get all of it.
Well, here's a man who can get every bit of it. Cecil Fielder, 39 home runs this season. Well, last night, Darryl Strawberry, the designated hitter in Game 1. Cecil Fielder getting a chance tonight. Hits it hard, deep left field. But go! Goodbye!
Just overpowers the ball. Some guys have a pretty fluid swing. They get extension. Cecil Fielder just muscles the ball. Look at those eyes. And there you see his teammates on the bench They know when the Big Daddy gets one.
Fielder has made it a 4-2 Ranger lead, so putting Fielder in the lineup as a DH pays immediate dividends for Joe Torre.
And Torre said he was going to go with the hot hand. Cecil might have bought himself another start in this series.
Mariano Duncan trying to match Fielder with a power stroke, but missed it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, they call him Big Daddy, and his children recently gave him that. Big Daddy 45.
Wow. What kind of allowance are they getting for crying out loud? You got to mow a lot of lawns to buy that thing.
I don't think there are enough diamonds. Do your kids ever give you something like that?
Yeah, right. Well, Ellie deserves it after hitting that ball out of here.
Field up to first base umpire, Durwood Merrill. He said Duncan checked his swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So some of the life injected back into this sellout crowd at Yankee Stadium. As Fielder smokes one over the wall and left. And it's a 4-2 Texas lead. And bear in mind, as it remains 2-2, we are only in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Both pitchers early in the ball game here having problems with their control. Not really making the pitches that they want to make. Walking a lot of batters, falling behind a lot of batters.
Duncan out of there on strikes to end the inning. But Fielder plays long ball off Kenny Hill in the 4th. So we move to the 5th at Yankee Stadium. Cecil's brought him a run closer. 4-2 Texas. Fielder talking things over with Darryl Strawberry. Fielder his first hit and first run-producing shot here, and leading off the inning is Greer to deep right field, and there is Paul O'Neill. So Greer hit it hard, but a hard out nonetheless. Guess who's coming up?
Well, it's not hard to figure out by the reaction of these Yankee fans.
Juan Gonzalez, a solo home run down the left field line in the 2nd. A 3-run home run way back to the seats in the 3rd. And it's a strike.
I can almost guarantee you, Tommy, if this was a National League Series, Juan Gonzalez would be dusting off the back of his uniform right now. He's so comfortable at the plate right now. You could put Whitey Ford out there on the mound. You could put any pitcher you want out there on the mound, and he's locked into it. You got to loosen him up.
Punches it down the right field line. That is a foul ball. When you say dusting off his uniform, you're talking about high and tight.
Well, yeah, just to push the man off the plate. The Yankees have tried to go inside on him this series, and with the exception of one pitch by David Cone yesterday, the only pitch that really got inside far enough to make Gonzalez conscious of the inside fastball.
Is there, Matt, that much of a differential in that category between the National League and the American League?
Maybe not so much now, but I guarantee you when I played, when some of my contemporaries played, and even before that, it was a standard procedure that if a guy was that comfortable at the plate, you tried to loosen him up.
In the air, they're going to retire Gonzalez for the first time tonight and keep him in the ballpark at the same time.
You know, if the Yankees continue to fail to get the ball inside on Gonzalez, they should just concede that they can't do it. Have Leyritz or Girardi or whoever the catcher happens to be sit way on the outside corner and force him to hit the ball to the big part of the ballpark.
Of course, there is that short fence and right that Gonzalez could go after.
I like my chances a little better with him hitting the ball out there from the 408 around to the 385 than I do pulling it down that 318 down the left field line.
2 away, and here's Will Clark. Off-speed pitch at him fooled. Will the Thrill Clark. Just such a marvelous player when he arrived out of Mississippi State in the major leagues with the Giants. Signed as a free agent with the Texas Rangers. Broke a lot of hearts in San Francisco. What do you think about that nickname, Will the Thrill?
Well, it certainly has a ring to it. It wouldn't work if his first name was Tom.
No, it wouldn't.
Now, we asked Johnny Oates the other day, though, if you had to relay a message to your team, who's the one player you would call in and have him go back to the ball club? He said, without a doubt, Will Clark. He's a leader in that clubhouse. He leads by example on the field. He gives you everything he's got every day he puts that uniform on.
1-2 0-2 to Clark.
He's had a little bit of success in the postseason.
Oh, yes. Lined into left center field, a base hit. So Clark keeps the 5th inning alive for Texas. Well, you brought it up, Bobby, and go back to his days with the Giants.
A lot of fans will remember that tremendous 1989 LCS between the Cubs and the Giants when Will Clark and Mark Grace put on a show. The rest of the guys could have gone home. Those two were entirely the show that year, and just amazing what they did. Will Clark hit, I believe, 650 in that series.
Clark at first with 2 away, and here's Dean Palmer. He looks at a strike on the outside corner. Clark, in that '89 National League Championship Series, set a record for batting, hits, total bases, while tying marks for runs, extra base hits. And he did it against Greg Maddux, then with the Chicago Cubs. As it goes 0-2. In that October 4th series opener of '89 against Maddux, he had 4 hits, scored 4 runs, knocked in 6, including a grand slam.
Well, when you turn the bright lights on in the postseason, some guys don't cast a shadow, but Will Clark has never had that problem. He loves the attention.
That one gets by Larritz all the way to the backstop, and Clark will advance on to second base.
Well, you can see Jimmy Larritz taking a peek at Will Clark as he advanced to second base. A lot of distance between home plate and the backstop here at Yankee Stadium. Fast runners on first base can advance all the way to third on a wild pitch pass ball. Now, we mentioned Larritz doing a very good job blocking balls in the dirt earlier in the ball game, but this is about a 55-foot changeup. Hits well out in front of home plate. No way to determine where that ball's going to bounce.
Runner at second, 2 out, 4-2 Ranger lead in the 5th. A ball and 2 strikes to Dean Palmer. Duncan throws on the first in the inning. Hit a man left. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Yankee fans looking for more.
Coverage of Major League Baseball's Division Series is brought to you by Buick LeSabre for safety and peace of mind. By Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans. By the U.S. Army. Be a part of the toughest, smartest Army in the world. Be all you can be. And by Wendy's and the new, bigger, plumper grilled chicken breast filet sandwich. Try one today.
Texas 4, Yankees 2 as we head for the bottom half of the 5th inning. And due up against Kenny Hill. It'll be Jim Larritz, Derek Jeter, the number 9 hitter, then back to the top of the order, and Tim Raines. Larritz down a strike. Larritz knocked in a run on a fielder's choice ground ball in the second inning that should have been a double play. But a wild throw by Ken Hill to the second baseman Mark McLemore pulled him off the bag, and he was unable to get the out at first. One and one. McLemore's way. One down. Kenny Hill has allowed the 2 runs on 2 hits. He's walked 2 batters that came back-to-back in the second inning that led to a Yankee run. And he has struck out 1.
He's just trying to get himself into some kind of rhythm here. This is a good opportunity with the bottom of the Yankees order coming up. Hopefully for Johnny Oates and the Rangers, he can right himself out there, fall into a rhythm. Because when that middle of that Yankees order comes up, you want to make sure that you are on top of your game.
Jeter checked his swing and fouled it away. Well, we remind you, more Division Series baseball tomorrow. Our friends at ESPN will bring you San Diego and St. Louis, game 2 of that series. And then right here on Fox, game 2 of the Braves and the Dodgers. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And what a battle today at Dodger Stadium. As it's a strike to Jeter, 0-2. You want good pitching, look no further than Atlanta and Los Angeles.
You just will not see a series that is going to match up 6 pitchers in the first 3 games there with the kind of qualifications that those starting pitchers have. every one of them is capable of going out and throwing a no-hitter.
That one missed. 1-2 to Jeter. And by the way, in case you did miss it, it was a 2-1 Atlanta victory at Dodger Stadium. John Smoltz starting it. Mark Wohlers closing it.
Javi Lopez with a home run in the 10th inning.
High drive into deep right center field. Well hit. It'll go to the wall. Jeter will cruise into second base with a one-out double. That might get the Yankees started.
Well, it certainly doesn't take much to get the Yankee fans involved in the ball game. Jeter with a double to the gap in right center. Juan Gonzalez playing very close to the line in right field. Apparently throughout the course of the season, Jeter has proven that he's going to hit the ball right down the right field line, or he's going to hit it in the gap in left center or to straightaway left field, because they were giving him a huge amount of territory in that right center field gap. Hamilton with a valiant effort to try to run after this ball, but had a long way to go because of the fact Gonzalez is playing so close to the right field line.
Jeter is second. 4-2 Texas lead here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Raines is 0 for 2. His line softly to short and popped up to McLemore at second. Strike one.
A little over-aggressiveness there by Tim Raines with a runner in scoring position. Kenny Hill feasting off of that over-aggressiveness. Throws that split finger down in the dirt, gets a swinging strike.
Raines kicked into high gear offensively after returning from the hamstring injury and finished strong for the Yanks. 0-1 from Hill. And that missed just a little bit low and away. A ball was strike.
We mentioned the positioning as Jeter was up at the plate the last at bat. Here you can see Gonzalez is already on the run, and he's just now getting to straightaway right field. He was almost guarding the right field line.
Hill a check of the runner at second. Jeter, and the 1-1 to Raines. Fouled out of play. Raines been around a long time. 37-year-old, 16-year veteran. Due to the injuries this season, as we mentioned earlier, with the fractured thumb and the right hamstring injury, appeared in just 59 games. Tremendous all-around threat early in his career with Montreal. In fact, ranks 4th on baseball's all-time stolen base list. One-two to Raines. And it's dribbled foul behind the plate. Well, no matter how you feel about their past, truly two of the feel-good stories in this 1996 baseball season. Those two men. Doc Gooden to the left, Darryl Strawberry on the right. Bobby, you just hope and pray for them. It looks as though they have finally gotten things straightened out in their lives.
Well, you certainly hope so, and I think they both appreciate the number of opportunities they've been given. And of course, Doc Gooden is not on the active roster for this division series, but he could be activated for the LCS and the World Series should it go that far.
2-2 now to Raines.
When you talk about the way Tim Raines came back this year, a lot of people thought Tim Raines was probably done, the injuries and the age and what have you, but he had one of the best Septembers of his career. He hit almost 300, 7 home runs, 16 RBIs, and really surprised a lot of people here at Yankee Stadium with his comeback.
4-2 Texas lead. 1 out. Jeter at second. 2-2 pitch to Raines. Here it comes. And he's hanging around. Quality at bat against Kenny Hill. Is this a real advantage? You hear it debated, Bobby, for the hitter against the pitcher to keep the at bat going this long?
I always felt it was. The more pitches you can foul off, the more pitches you can see. Not only do you become very familiar with the pitcher's delivery, you become very familiar with his timing, his release point, but you give that pitcher more and more opportunities to make a mistake. You foul off a tough pitch, and the pitcher says, well, I need to really snap this breaking ball off, or I need to really pull down on this split finger, and that's usually when mistakes are made.
On the ground, going to be tough for Elson to throw him out. Long throw, Raines beat it.
Not the blazing speed that he once had early in his career, but Tim Raines still able to get down that first baseline, particularly from that left-handed batter's box. Palmer with a dive here. No chance to get the ball at third base. Elster deep in the hole. Tries to throw on the move. Gets a lot on the throw. Very close play. Clark with the stretch at first base. Well, we mentioned Will's an intense player. He's into the ball game. The first baseman, you might wonder, how does he know whether that guy was on the bag or not? Because of the first baseman's foot being on that bag, you can feel when the runner hits the bag, and you know whether you have that ball in your glove or not. Apparently that time, Will felt he had the ball in his glove before Raines made contact with the bag. But Durwood Merrill did not see it the same way. At the end of the play, you can see Raines stretching for that base. Yeah, that's about as close to a tie as you can get right there. That's why I'm glad I'm not an umpire.
Well, Dick Bosman, the Ranger pitching coach, out for a visit with Kenny Hill, and the Ranger bullpen gets started for the first time tonight. Danny Patterson joining left-hander Dennis Cook. And here's Wade Boggs. 2 on, 1 out. Yankees down a pair. Yankees threatening here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. 2 aboard, 1 out. The 1-0 to Boggs. Fastball strike on the outside corner.
Well, very uncharacteristic of Wade Boggs. His first 2 at-bats, he swung at the first pitch. Boggs probably sees more pitches per at-bat than any hitter in baseball. First 2 at-bats, swung at the first pitch. Third time around, runner in scoring position, being a lot more patient.
The 1-1 to Boggs. Lifted in the air. Routine play for Rusty Greer. Should be the second out of the inning, and is. So Wade Boggs continues to struggle. Went 1 for 5 last night, 0 for 3 tonight.
You know, I'm not so sure, Tommy, that Wade Boggs is completely healthy. As a matter of fact, I know he's not completely healthy, but I think perhaps he's suffering a little more than even he would like to admit. We saw him strike out last night. Once again, a very uncharacteristic thing for Boggs to strike out. It just didn't appear to take a very fluid swing at the plate.
Well, Joe Torre told us prior to the game today that man, Charlie Hayes, would get to start in Game 3 on Friday night in Texas against the left-hander Darren Oliver. Here's Paul O'Neill in from the left side. And for the time being, Johnny Oates will stay with Kenny Hill. A little bit low. O'Neill singled into right field in the first inning. He hit a bullet that Hill was able to knock down, pick up and throw him out, ending the third. So he's hit the ball hard twice. Into straightaway center, and there is Hamilton. The Yankee threat is over. Hill able to wiggle off the hook. We play 5, 4-2 Texas. And for the top half of the 6th inning, Yankees trailing 4-2, leaving 2 more runners aboard in the 5th. They stranded 9 in the loss last night, and they stranded 4 through the first 5 innings in Game 2. Andy Pettitte, still on the mound, has had a rough night. Kettleton fouls it away. He's down, strike 1. Pettitte has surrendered 4 runs on 4 Ranger hits. He's walked a season-high 5 and struck out a pair. Juan Gonzalez is the man who's done the damage. A pair of home runs, a solo shot in the 2nd inning, a 3-run home run in the Ranger 3rd. Oh, and 2 to Tettleman.
Well, I mentioned earlier, Tettleton, you can be pretty sure you're going to get 1 of 3 things. Finds himself behind 0-2 here to Andy Pettitte.
Will Clark shattering. He's been down this road before, unlike many of these Rangers. And that one missed just off the outside corner, 1-2. Will the thrill with hoping that he can return to the World Series as he did in 1989 with hope for a better result. His Giants swept that season in the Earthquake Series by the Oakland Athletics.
Pettitte with a couple of very tough pitches. First, a cutter that he threw off of the outside corner of the plate, came back over, just missed. Came back with a slower breaking ball, almost the same location.
2-2. Struck him out swinging. Well, we thought of his name, Will the Thrill. How did he get that nickname anyway? We'll tell you about everything here on Fox.
In the spring training 1986, Will Clark strutting around the locker room like he owned the joint. We said, hey, kid, this ain't Mississippi State. This is the big leagues. And he said, I'm just thrilled to be here. And I said, well, we're thrilled to have you here. As a matter of fact, that's your new name, Will the Thrill. And it stuck.
Now, we have to certainly protect our sources. Asking for an anonymity, and there's a sharp one hopper. Down to Bonds, and he throws out McLemore. You know, when somebody asks us to keep them and their identity anonymous, we have to follow through.
I think that's a real good idea. And we checked with Will Clark yesterday, and he pretty much confirmed. 3 or 4 different sources confirmed the story. That's how it came to be.
So there you have it. The story behind the nickname, Will the Thrill Clark. Who was that guy anyway? 2 down, nobody on. And Kevin Elster looks at ball 1 low.
He looked vaguely familiar.
Elster doubled to center field, scored in the 3rd. He walked in the 4th. And he's ahead of Pettitte at 2 balls and no strikes. Andy Pettitte in what could be his final inning of work. Thrown a lot of pitches out there tonight as it goes to 2 balls and a strike. The 96 pitch mark here in the 6th inning. And there is a man some believe should get consideration for the league MVP. Mariano Rivera. That one fouled back out of play.
Well, pretty shocking to see him up at this point of the ball game with the Yankees trailing. Joe Torre has said time and time again they want to turn it into a 6-2-1 ball game. Get 6 innings from the starter, 2 from Rivera, 1 from Wetland, and phone it in. He has Rivera up here in the 6th inning of a game when they trail by 2 runs.
2-2 pitch. Hit hard into left center field. Williams on the run, and he got there to make the grab. Runs it down in left center field. We head for the bottom of the 6th. Still a 2-run Texas lead.
By Bernie Williams as he goes after this fly ball in left center field. This is the home field advantage. Bernie Williams knows he's got a lot of room out there in left center field. 399 to the gap in left center. Never looked down for the warning track. Knew he had plenty of room to run it down. Andy Pettitte says, I like you, Bernie. That's worth a dinner.
You always see it. Man who makes a great defensive play leads off the next inning. Yankees trailing the Rangers 4-2. Rangers are running a second on a home run by Juan Gonzalez. Gonzalez then hit a 3-run home run in the 3rd inning. After the Yankees had answered with a run in the bottom of the 2nd. It goes to 1-1. Yankees got 1 more on a home run by Cecil Fielder in the bottom half of the 4th. You know, what are you seeing from Kenny Hill right now?
Well, he seems to be settling in. He's throwing more off-speed pitches. He's getting the off-speed pitches over, whether it be the slider that he's taking a little bit off of or the split finger after he gets ahead of the hitters. But he's just throwing the ball around the plate a little bit more, taking advantage of the Yankees hitters' aggressiveness.
That one will reach the seats. 1-2 to Williams.
I was going to say Bernie Williams is ideally suited to play center field here at Yankee Stadium. A great expanse out there from left center to right center. A lot of territory to cover. And as we saw in that replay, Bernie Williams covers a lot of ground in a short period of time.
Well, there are bigger names on this Yankee team but he has been the best Yankee player for the last couple of seasons. Fastball missed in. 2-2 to Williams. He'll be followed by Tino Martinez and then Cecil Fielder. Cue shot off the end of the bat, foul.
I think one thing a manager has to be careful of in the postseason is not to leave his pitcher out there too long. You hear the word adrenaline used a lot in postseason. Pitchers will say they had a lot of adrenaline flowing when they took the mound. Hitters will say the same thing as they take the field. The problem with adrenaline is it burns out awfully quickly, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a serious lull when you can't seem to get any arm speed generated, and you start making a lot of bad pitches.
Look like a cross-up right there between Kenny Hill and Ivan Rodriguez. 3-2 now for Bernie Williams. Well, some felt David Cone was left in the game too long last night.
You could certainly make that argument, and I really think David Cone is not anywhere near the pitcher that he was before the aneurysm was discovered. He has a devastating slider when he's healthy. Did not have the good slider last night.
Ball 4 just missed. Kenny Hill wanted the call, didn't get it. His third walk of the game. He issued a pair in the second inning. And the phone rings in the Ranger bullpen. Earlier it was Patterson and Dennis Cook. We'll see who gets up right now. And again, it's Patterson.
Well, Patterson was just added to the postseason roster when Kevin Gross was placed on the disabled list. A lot of people close to this Rangers ball club think Patterson is going to be the stopper of the future with this Rangers team.
Tino Martinez has walked, scored, and flied to right. Well, it's Tino now. And in a moment, the man waiting on deck is Cecil Fielder.
Now, Martinez was one of the few Yankees that really had Burkett figured out last night. Got 3 base hits in the ball game. Seemed to have a real good idea what he was doing up there. Burkett made some tough pitches on him. He was able to fight him off. Get his 3 knocks in that game last night.
Yankees trying to come back. They trail in the game 4-2 in the series 1-0. The first pitch to Martinez is blown away for a ball. And again, the left-hander Dennis Cook joins the right-hander Denny Patterson. The Rangers bullpen believed to be vulnerable. Their starters have by far and away carried the load this season. The 1-0 to Martinez. 2 balls and no strikes. Martinez at 2-0 with a big fella. Fielder waiting on deck. Fouled out of play. Oh, this place. Late in September when the Yanks have it going, early October with certainly playoff fever. No better place in baseball than Yankee Stadium in the Bronx.
You hear it said about football and basketball more so than baseball, but these fans here in Yankee Stadium really are the 10th man on the field.
2-1 to Martinez. Throw down to first base, and they nearly caught Bernie Williams.
Well, there's none better in baseball. Rodriguez gets rid of that ball so quickly, and with a left-handed batter at the plate, the runner is partially screened. Bernie Williams does not see Rodriguez coming out of the chute immediately. You can see him freeze momentarily. Snap throw right on the money. Just Williams' quickness and agility able to get back in there ahead of the tag. We talked to Will Clark about this particular thing, the pickoff throws for Rodriguez. He says he has assigned to Pudge when he wants to put a pickoff on. Pudge has assigned to him. And then he said there are a lot of times that Pudge just wheels and fires it down there, and I have to be ready for it. That appeared to be what happened right there.
Well, Joe Torre cannot believe that last pitch to Tino Martinez was called a strike. It looked high and outside. So it's 2-2 to Martinez. He thought about it in the dirt, scooped up nicely by Rodriguez. It goes to 3-2.
Well, many times on a pickoff attempt or on a throw to second base, the catcher will come up out of his crouch and appear to be out of the strike zone. You can see this appears to be a real good pitch right here. But because of the motion of Rodriguez behind the plate, it gave the appearance that that ball was further outside and higher than it really was.
3-2. Runner goes, and it's fouled out of play. Well, Kenny Hill does not appear to be rattled. He's been down this road before. His third career postseason start. His first in a divisional series. As you may remember, he was with Cleveland a year ago in the postseason and was the only Indians pitcher other than Orel Hershiser to win more than one game in the postseason. Runner goes. And again, Martinez able to hang around by fouling it out of play.
Well, that pitch Martinez had a pretty good hack at. The pitch before, all he was doing was trying to protect Bernie Williams. He knew that the pitch was too close to take. It was a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It wasn't a pitch he wanted to hit. He just stuck his bat out there, got a piece of it, fouled it off, because if it was a called strike, Rodriguez has a pretty good chance of throwing out that runner.
Again, 3 balls, 2 strikes. None out. Williams at first.
Kenny Hill led the American League in balks this year with 4. Not a really unusually high number, but it's certainly something to keep in mind with Bernie Williams at first base, who stole 17 bases on the season for the Yankees.
Ground ball back up through the middle. Knocked down by McLemore from his knees. Will throw out Martinez at first base. So the runner getting started keeps New York out of the double play. But Mark McLemore certainly showing off his athleticism as a Rangers second baseman here tonight.
And the book on McLemore is the fact that he goes much better to his left than he does to his right. But on this ball hit to his right, you can see he makes a fine diving play, throws from his knees. Had some problem with that throwing shoulder, but got enough on that ball to get Martinez easily at first base. Little trouble getting the ball out of the glove, but finally does get the handle, makes the throw to first base to get it. Right about that time, when you put that hand in the glove and you think the ball's in there somewhere and you can't find it, that is a very scary feeling for an infielder. Dick Bosman out to have a chat with Kenny Hill, with Cecil Fielder coming up to the plate, Mariano Duncan on deck.
Well, Cecil Fielder unhappy about some of the criticism he's taken since coming from Detroit to New York.
The last 7 years, nobody in the game of baseball has done what I've done as far as home runs and RBIs. Nobody. Nobody but one guy has had 3 consecutive RBI titles. One guy, Babe Ruth. So those are the kind of things I don't really have to go out and prove anything because I've done it. I can play the game of baseball, and I know that.
Well, he was not happy about some people saying that his production is not what it should be since joining the Yankees. And now he's under the microscope here in New York. Take a look at some of those numbers.
Well, and I think Cecil's happy to be here in New York. He sounded a little bitter in that interview right there, but some of the criticism that was directed at him was unjust, he felt, and he thinks that his numbers stand alone in his career, and he doesn't have anything left to prove.
Williams at second, 1 out. Swing and a miss by Fielder, who homered to left field in the 4th inning. He drew a walk against Kenny Hill back in the 2nd.
I would anticipate a bunch of garbage here from Kenny Hill. If he does throw a fastball, it's going to be way out of the strike zone. A lot of sliders low and away, a lot of splits in the dirt. With first base open, Cecil Fielder doesn't run well. You don't really mind if you put him on base, even if he is the tying run.
1-1. How do you get Fielder out?
Well, a lot of pitchers have been asking that question for years and years. Big Cecil, we mentioned earlier, he can overpower the ball. You can get strike 1 with breaking balls. He likes to hit that fastball. You want to keep that ball up around the letters against him if you're going to throw the fastball.
1-1 to Fielder. And right down the chute, he looks at strike 2.
It's a good, short, sharp slider here from Kenny Hill. Puts it in just absolutely a perfect location, low and away. Bottom of the knees, edge of the black.
Williams at second base. Rangers in front 4-2, 1 out. And that's way upstairs. Rodriguez fortunate just to get a glove on it.
Well, you're better off if you're going to miss with a fastball to miss up there. If you're going to try to throw Cecil a high fastball, make sure you get it up. Make a mistake in the middle of that zone, and we've seen what he can do with that. Good quickness by Rodriguez here.
Fielder now walking around outside the batter's box, taking a big, deep breath. He taps the plate with his bat and settles in before this 2-2 pitch. Roller to Elster. Williams will stay put at second base, and Fielder becomes his second out here in the Yankees' 6th inning. So a good job of pitching right there by Kenny Hill.
A good job of pitching to get to 2 strikes. Actually made a mistake on this pitch. Looked like a breaking ball that kind of hung up over the middle of the plate. Fielder breaks his bat. Hits an easy ground ball to Kevin Elster. Well, as a pitcher, you hold your breath. When you let go of this breaking ball and you see that it's headed for the heart of that plate, you hold your breath and hope that the hitter does exactly what Cecil Fielder did. Jam himself a little bit, hits this ball down near the trademark. Harmless ground ball. You see Cecil checking that bat there. He knows he broke it.
So here's Mariano Duncan. Williams at second, 2 out in the inning. Duncan 0 for 2. Into center field, late break for Hamilton, but he's there, and the inning is over. So it remains 4-2. Rangers will return after a word from your local station.
From Yankee Stadium, right after the game on News 4 Texas.
Here we go, top half of the 7th inning. 4-2, Rangers lead it, top of the order. Darrell Hamilton and Andy Pettitte is still on the mound for the Yanks. And it's fouled out of play. Well, we hope you've enjoyed this thus far, our first postseason game on Fox, and you see what the starters have done thus far.
Kenny Hill has managed to walk that tightrope up to this point. Andy Pettitte as well. A few bad pitches to Juan Gonzalez. A lot of walks in the ball game, but he's still out there on the mound facing Darrell Hamilton. Perhaps his last hitter, though. Mariano Rivera continues to throw in the Yankees bullpen. Ivan Rodriguez, a right-handed hitter on deck, might be the last man he sees.
Hamilton fouling it away. Count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pettitte is taking care of Hamilton just fine. He grounded to short in the 1st inning. Then in the 3rd, again in the 4th, lined softly to the shortstop, Derek Jeter. Just off the inside corner, a full count. Well, Pettitte is in there to face just Hamilton. He does not clearly want to walk it. Broken bat, ground ball to Mariano Duncan. 1 gone. So here comes Joe Torre, and as we suspected, he will make a pitching change and bring in the right-hander Mariano Rivera. Back with more in a moment. Leaves after retiring Darrell Hamilton to open the 7th inning. He cannot get the win. Rangers in front 4-2, but what a combination starters and relievers have been for the Yanks this season as Mariano Rivera now gets the ball.
Well, this is a guy, as you can see right here, Pettitte 21 wins, led the American League. Rivera with his 130 Ks led all major league relief pitchers, and Wetland finishing it up. Cleaned up the mess that the other 2 guys left. Not that they ever left much of a mess. Well, you know, you talk about finishing strong in a baseball season. Rivera had a wonderful season, but in the month of September, he was 4-1. 17 innings pitched, 22 punch outs, and only 1 walk. Talk about finishing strong down the stretch, and they needed him, and that's why a lot of people think this man should be considered for the Cy Young.
So Mariano Rivera will take things over in relief of Andy Pettitte. Opponents managed just a 189 batting average against Rivera this season. He truly has been the most dominating pitcher in all of baseball in 1996. Starter reliever makes no difference, and he throws it by Rodriguez for strike 1.
He's got an overpowering fastball. One of those fastballs that you hear hitters talk about that it looks like it rises. I know that's physically impossible, but he throws that fastball in the upper 90s, up high in the strike zone. Little wrinkle of a slider that you saw right there. Not really much of a breaking ball, but when you throw a fastball in the mid to high 90s, you don't need much of a breaking ball if you can just get it over the plate.
Mariano Rivera twists and turns. The 0-2 struck him out on a high heat. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Mr. Rodriguez. Well, you've been waiting all summer for the season premiere of the X-Files. It's coming up this Friday, and the wait is finally over. The truth is out there, and nothing can prepare you for it. The X-Files season premiere Friday, 9 Eastern, 8 Central on Fox. Another big season for the X-Files as there's strike one. The left-handed batting Rusty Greer. One and one. Well, of course, all is fine and dandy that Rivera's coming in, throwing heat, took care of Rodriguez, but that is not the game plan for these New York Yankees. Rivera coming in with his team trailing as it goes to 1-2 on Greer.
Well, with Rivera not getting into the ball game yesterday and the off day tomorrow, I'm sure Joe Torre would have loved to hand the ball to Mariano Rivera with a lead in the 7th inning, but he wants to make sure he stays sharp because he's going to be used throughout the remainder of this series.
Bouncer over the mound. Duncan is there, and the inning is over. So Rivera takes care of Rodriguez, and Greer. Yankees come to bat. Home half of the 7th, trailing 4-2. At Yankee Stadium, a 4-2 Texas lead. Tom Brenneman alongside Bob Brenly and our entire Fox crew. It's been a good ball game. Still a long way to go. The Yanks have to get something going here, Bobby, against Kenny Hill.
And they really have to take advantage of Kenny Hill's mistakes. He's made a few bad pitches in the last couple innings, and the Yankees have not really done any damage on those bad pitches.
Well, leading things off, it'll be Jim Leyritz, who is 0 for 2, knocked in a run with a fielder's choice ground ball in the 2nd inning. He grounded out to McLemore in the 5th. And that's on the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, you have to certainly admire the toughness of Kenny Hill tonight. He clearly is gone to the mound with less than his best as it goes to 1-2. And Bobby, I've heard you say it 100 times. That's the mark of a very good pitcher.
Oh, a great pitcher once said that if you get 30 starts in the season, you'll go out there 5 times with no-hitter stuff. You'll go out there 5 times with nothing. It's those starts in between that make the difference between good pitchers and bad pitchers. And Kenny Hill, certainly not with his greatest stuff tonight, but he's found a way to get the Yankee hitters out in clutch situations.
1-2 pitch, and it's fouled out of play. Leyritz will be followed by Jeter and then Raines. Dennis Cook, the left-hander, again up and throwing. 3rd time tonight in the Ranger bullpen, and he's joined by veteran right-hander Jeff Russell. And that one hit Leyritz on the hand. And he's in some pain.
Well, you can hear that clear up here in the press box. Oh, appeared to strike him in the left elbow or the left forearm area. Being attended to immediately by Gene Monahan, the Yankees trainer. Checking that left forearm area.
Well, you see so many guys get it on the wrist, and now they're moving up the arm a bit to that elbow area. Tough to tell exactly where he got it. Well, here we go.
Here you can see this is a fastball that runs up and in. Leyritz with a little bit of a dive there, right on the point of that left elbow. Not any protection there whatsoever. That is all bone. See so many hitters in the game nowadays. It almost appeared that Leyritz stuck his elbow out in front of that ball, but you have to believe that he's not that crazy.
Well, I don't know. I've known Jimmy Leyritz. We went to high school together. He's always been a little crazy.
Well, if indeed he was trying to get hit by this pitch, he misjudged it. Guys will take that pitch off the upper arm where there's a little bit more meat, a little bit more muscle, but we could see that one caught him right on the point of the elbow as Joe Girardi scampers around to get his gear together and try to get loose as quickly as he can. And you watch Leyritz's left arm as he almost appears to just stick it out there takes it right off the point of the elbow. I guess that's what you call taking one for the team right there.
Could be a costly one for the Yankee team as Larritz has to head back up into the New York clubhouse. Joe Girardi will indeed come on to pinch run and stay in the game to catch.
Ladies and gentlemen, running for Larritz, number 25.
Of course, the danger you also run into when you have to trim down rosters in the postseason is a decision of carrying an extra pitcher, an extra outfielder, infielder, or catcher. And in this case, Girardi is all the Yankees have left, at least for this game. Now, an injury, of course, allows you to make some changes should Larritz not be able to return for the rest of the series. And here's Derek Jeter. Fouls it out of play. Jeter lined to second base, leaving a man aboard in the second inning. He doubled the right center field in the fifth.
And once again, much like the double that Jeter hit earlier in the ball game, Gonzalez well over in right field, close to the foul line. Hamilton playing a few steps to right center field. Big gap in right center. Actually, the Rangers are giving him both gaps. As you can see, Rusty Greer playing straight away in left field. Hamilton shading a couple steps into right center, but Gonzalez well over on the right field line. A lot of room in the gaps for Derek Jeter.
1-1 pitch from Hill. Into center field, base hit. Girardi will advance on to second, so here come the Yankees again. And how much longer does Johnny Oates stay with Ken Hill?
Well, I don't think much longer as he steps up out of the dugout. He's got to respect the effort that Kenny Hill gave him tonight, but that's enough.
Rangers go to the bullpen for the first time in the series. Yankees trail by 2. Be a question. The New York Yankees have won 22 World Series. Which teams have the second most? So we'll give you a while to think about that. Again, the MetLife Blimp. Snoopy 1 cruising the skies above Yankee Stadium. The MetLife Blimp contains 70,000 cubic feet of helium. It measures almost 50 yards in length. Yankee Stadium beginning to rock and roll as the Rangers have gone to the bullpen. New York with 2 on, nobody out, trailing by 2 here in the bottom of the 7th. And they bring in the left-hander Dennis Cook.
Dennis Cook's done a fine job for the Rangers out of the pen this year. Tough left-hander, good fastball, good slider, occasional changeup. 5-2 on the season. 4.09 ERA. You see the numbers right there. Tim Raines coming to the plate from the right side. Dennis Cook being the left-handed pitcher, it turns the switch hitting Tim Raines around to the right side where he is a much less effective hitter. I would have to believe the Yankees are going to bunt right here. Tim Raines has not put down a sacrifice bunt from either side of the plate this year. He had only 39 at-bats from the right side of the plate as a hitter this year. Hit 256 with no home runs. The old baseball axiom is you play for the tie at home, for the win on the road, particularly with Mariano Rivera already in the game for your ball club.
Well, the Rangers defensively getting set for a bunt indeed by Raines. And they wanted to find out if he would give him a clue, and he did.
Absolutely, he did. Dennis Cook with a little spin move back to second base, and Raines tipped the bunt very early there. I still believe he's going to be bunting. I don't care that he has tipped it off. I got to believe he's going to put down a bunt right here.
2 on, nobody out. Raines squares and lays down a dandy. Rodriguez will throw him out at first, so Raines gets the job done, advancing Girardi to third and moving the tying run in the game. Derek Jeter on to second base. Job well done.
Very nice bunt right there by Tim Raines. He knew he had to get that ball far enough away from Ivan Rodriguez. Your real concern is not bunting it too hard. It's bunting it too soft because of Rodriguez's quickness and agility and his throwing arm. You had to make sure to get that ball out into the infield. And that's exactly what Tim Raines did, his first sacrifice bunt of the 1996 season.
Well, with a left-hander on the mound, Joe Torre is going to take down Wade Boggs, a left-handed batter, and send up right-handed hitting Charlie Hayes.
Charlie Hayes is a professional hitter. He's bounced around from team to team the last few years, but he's a guy that can hit the ball to all fields right here. The Yankees don't need a long ball. They just need a base hit. Boggs has struggled throughout this series. Hasn't really taken a lot of good swings at the plate. Joe Torre decides to go with Charlie Hayes.
And to be completely honest, since coming over from the Pirates for Chris Korn, a right-hander, on the 30th of August. Charlie Hayes, when given the chance, has outplayed Wade Boggs.
There's Dick Bosman's on his way out to the mound to talk to Dennis Cook. With Paul O'Neill on deck, it would be very much against the rules of baseball to walk Charlie Hayes, put him on base, load the bases, put the winning run on base, or the go-ahead run, rather. But it does set up a double play with the left-hander hitting Paul O'Neill on deck, who's grounded into 21 double plays this season.
The strategy of baseball. There are those who say that there are other games sometimes more interesting, but this is the kind of situation, these situations, which for many of us separates baseball from the rest of the pack.
And if you're Johnny Oates, part of your decision-making process is Charlie Hayes is batting .500 career, granted only 1 for 2 against Dennis Cook, but Paul O'Neill, a .217 lifetime hitter against the lefty Dennis Cook.
So Hayes settles in. Since joining the Yankees, has been a .284 hitter with a couple of home runs and 13 knocked in. Tying run at second. Girardi leads at third. And time was called by Hayes and given by Ken Kaiser. Boy, tough situation. Take down a terrific hitter, a future Hall of Famer in Wade Boggs.
There can be no egos in the postseason. I know Wade Boggs is a terrifically proud man and has had a tremendous career, but there you see the numbers on Charlie Hayes this year with runners in scoring position.
Took the pause in the pitch, and it's outside a ball.
Actually, the way to go after Charlie Hayes is to come in hard, particularly when you're ahead in the count. He likes to hit that ball to the opposite field. He likes the ball up and out over the plate and will absolutely kill a mistake-breaking ball.
4-2, Rangers lead, 2 on, 1 out. 1-0 to Charlie Hayes. See the red dots indicating the Yankees have Girardi at third. The runner at second is Jeter, representing the tying run. 2-0 to Hayes.
Well, the first 2 pitches of Charlie Hayes' fastballs, both well wide of the plate, low and outside.
Well, clearly, pardon me, Bobby, the fate of Kenny Hill resting on the left arm of Dennis Cook. Fouled it off, and not a good cut.
Not really a good cut. Charlie Hayes doesn't really like to pull that ball. As I mentioned, if you throw him a mistake-breaking ball or an off-speed pitch that happens to hang over the middle of the plate, that's a ball he'll pull into left center or left field. But most of the time, he tries to hit the fastball to right center field, to right field. That time, he tried to take a pull cut on a fastball and wasn't able to get it.
Kenny Hill leaves here in the 7th. Gives the ball to left-hander Dennis Cook. The Yankees have Girardi, the runner, at third. The tying run, Jeter at second. 4-2 Ranger lead last to the 7th. 1 out. 2 balls and a strike to Hayes. Low 3-1. Paul O'Neill, a left-handed batter who has struggled through his career with left-handed pitching, waits on deck. All right, 3-1 here, Bobby. What do you think Cook goes to?
I think he's going to throw him another fastball low and away out there where if Charlie Hayes is going to swing at it, he's going to have to hit it off the end of the bat the opposite way.
Drilled into deep left center field. Hamilton there. Both runners tagged. Girardi scores. On to third goes Jeter. RBI off the bench for Charlie Hayes. It's a 1-run game. And look at that. The first man there to greet him, Wade Boggs.
That shows a lot of class right there. Wade Boggs being a team player right here in this situation. Dennis Cook did not make the pitch he wanted to make. Pudge Rodriguez slid way out on the outside corner. was hoping for one of the fastballs like the first two pitches he threw to Charlie Hayes, but gets this up. Too much of the plate. Hayes stays on it, drives it into deep center field. All right, you don't mind being taken down for a pinch hitter if the guy comes through for you.
So now Paul O'Neill, who managed just a .239 batting average this season against left-handers. O'Neill did hit 7 of his 19 home runs, however, against the Southpaws.
Well, O'Neill's a much better left-handed hitter against lefties now than when he was in the National League. He's improved a lot, but it's still not something he enjoys doing.
Tying run at third with 2 out. Well, you bring up the National League, and O'Neill spent many seasons with the Reds. Dennis Cook also spent a great deal of time in the National League.
They've seen each other. There's no doubt about that. Paul O'Neill with 23 at-bats against Dennis Cook in his career. So they know each other pretty well.
The 1-0 delivery. Inside. So Cook has fallen behind O'Neill at 2-0. Russell, continuing to throw in the bullpen, has been joined by the left-hander Mossberg. Rangers in front, 4-3, bottom of the 7th, tying run at third base with 2 out, and the 2-0 to O'Neill. Paints the outside edge, a called strike.
A very good pitch there by Dennis Cook. Had come up and in on 2 fastballs to Paul O'Neill with the 2-0 count. Normally a fastball count. He just rolled a nice little breaking ball up there over the heart of the plate. You can see O'Neill is geared fastball. He's got that leg kick going. Cook just pulls the string enough and floats that curveball up there for a strike.
2-1 pitch to O'Neill. Took a long pause, and it's popped up. It appears to be playable in foul ground for Dean Palmer, and the inning is over. But the Yankees get a run back on a hit. We go to the 8th, a 1-run Texas lead. Half-like trivia question. The Yankees have won 22 World Series. Which teams have won the second most? And the answer is the St. Louis Cardinals with 9. The Philadelphia turned Oakland Athletics with 9. Of course, the Cardinals making a run for number 10, winning the opener of their series behind the bat of Gary Gaietti's 3-run home run, leading San Diego 1-0. Defensive changes for New York. Remaining in the game at third base with a pinch hit sacrifice fly to knock in a run is Charlie Hayes. And behind the plate, in for the injured Jim Leyritz, is Joe Girardi. Well, here's been the man of the series so far for the Rangers, Juan Gonzalez. And if you like matchups, boys and girls, it doesn't get much better than this. Mariano Rivera against Juan Gonzalez.
If there's there's a couple pitchers on this Yankee staff, Wetland and Rivera, that should be able to get that fastball inside on Gonzalez.
About a straight back, 1-1.
But you can't just stay in there. Too many times teams fall into a pattern. We saw it happen with David Cone last night. Inside, break a ball away. Fastball in, break a ball away. Sometimes you have to double up, throw one fastball inside, come back with another fastball inside. You cannot fall into a pattern with good major league hitters.
Well, Gonzalez has done damage in this series, 3 home runs, including 2 tonight. And this one weakly hit on the ground to Jeter. So they retired in the last 2 times up, but the first 2 times. Juan Gonzalez in the second inning, leading off against Andy Pettitte down the left field line, and what a catch made by a fan. It was a fair ball. And then in the third, with 2 aboard, the big fly.
Yeah, that guy couldn't catch that ball. Very upset with himself. He knew he made a bad pitch. Make bad pitches to good hitters, they take advantage of it.
Rivera has faced 3 batters, retired all 3. And here's Will Clark. Clark grounded to second base in the second inning. He walked in the third. And the thrill at a base hit into left center field, a single in the 5th. Quickly 0-2, now to Clark. Now Rivera not in to protect the lead. He's in to hold the Rangers at 4 runs and give the Yankee offense a chance to get back in it now against the Ranger bullpen. Right at Duncan. 2 up, 2 down. Let's now send it back to our buddy Chip Carey at our Hollywood studio.
All right, guys, you talked about a great matchup. How about today at Chavez Ravine? John Smoltz, Ramon Martinez, a 1-1 game in the 10th. And Javier Lopez says Kapaya. Braves win it 2-1, the final score. Greg Maddux goes tomorrow. By the way, the game not sold out at Dodger Stadium. Back to you.
All right, Chip, thank you very much. Hard to believe the Dodgers not selling out. They were selling out that San Diego series at the end of the season.
Very exciting finish to the National League Western Division race.
So Dean Palmer settles in, and Bobby, it looks like he changed bats going up there against the hard-throwing Mariano Rivera.
Well, that's not a bad idea, though. When you rush it up there the way Rivera does, he might have gone to a lighter bat. Or a shorter bat, for that matter.
Jimmy Key, the Yankee left-hander, will take the ball in Game 3. That'll be at the ballpark in Arlington. And not only because this is a best-of-5 series do the Yankees need a crucial win here tonight, but they have been horrible in that ballpark this season. The inning is over. Rivera sets them down in order. Yankees come to bat in the bottom of the 8th. Williams, Martinez, and Fielder trailing by a run.
Sports coverage of Major League Baseball's Division Series is brought to you by the full line of new 1997 cars from Mitsubishi, built for living. By Goodyear, #1 in tires. By Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. And by Gillette Sensor XL and the Gillette Series. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Sellout crowd at Yankee Stadium. Rangers in front 4-3 as we look down on Monument Park in the deepest part of left center field. Oh, what a treat that is if you ever have a chance to come here to Yankee Stadium and take a walk around out there.
Oh, absolutely. When I was with the Toronto Blue Jays in 1989, I made it a point to get to the ballpark early the first day in town. And hey, it's really hard to describe to somebody who's not a baseball fan the emotions that overcome you when you come to Yankee Stadium, the great names that are out there in the park, and imagine all the tremendous games that have been played here in Yankee Stadium, the tremendous players that have been here. Just a wonderful feeling.
And we remind you, Division Series baseball continues tomorrow. San Diego, St. Louis on ESPN at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, and right here on Fox, the network of Major League Baseball in the World Series. It'll be the Braves and the Dodgers. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific here on Fox. And there's strike 1. New right-hander. In from the bullpen is Jeff Russell.
Jeff Russell, at one time a power pitcher, saved 38 ball games. These Texas Rangers back in 1989 has suffered through some arm problems. He's had 4 30-save seasons in his career. Not as dominating as he once was. Fastball, slider, changeup pitcher.
This is high to Bernie Williams at 1 ball and 1 strike. Still activity in the Ranger bullpen. Again, the young right-hander Danny Patterson throws. The left-hander Ed Vosberg. It'll be Williams, a left-handed batter in Tino Martinez, and a right-hander in Cecil Fielder here in the Yankee 8th inning. Upstairs, 2-1 to Williams.
There you see the numbers on Jeff Russell. As I mentioned, at one time a very dominating pitcher, a strikeout pitcher, threw a lot of high, hard fastballs, had a good overhand curve. The injuries have taken their toll to that throwing arm. Doesn't snap off the breaking ball like he used to. Doesn't rack up the strikeout totals like he used to.
2-1 pitch. And it misses. 3 balls and a strike. Williams trying to get aboard to lead off the Yankee 8th inning, representing the tying run. And again in the bullpen, Patterson, the right-hander. And the left-hander just in front of you is Ed Vosberg. Brown wants Bernie Williams aboard. Good live fastball there from Russell, a strike 2.
Bernie Williams is a good strike hitter. On the 3-1 count, he was going to look for one pitch in one zone. If it wasn't there, take the pitch. Hopefully, Ken Kaiser would miss a call and you get to walk to first base, but it's a good strike right there on the outside part of the plate.
3-2 delivery. And a line drive by a diving McLemore in the right field, a base hit. So Williams, representing the tying run, is aboard to start things in the Yankee 8th. Just in case, the stopper of the Yankees, and you see him a little air guitar there trying to get himself revved up, is John Wetland.
Well, I'll tell you, unlike stoppers in the game of baseball, look at him, man. He's having a good time down there. He's starting to stretch it out a little bit. He's been down there since the first inning of this ballgame. He's the captain of that Yankees bullpen. They call him Psycho. He's the leader down there, and most stoppers will mosey on down there about the 6th or 7th inning. He's been sitting down there since the first pitch of this ballgame.
So as Wetland continues to get ready, Tino Martinez will settle in. 0 for 2. He had 3 hits in the opener last night. And it's in there a strike. Surprised that Oates doesn't go to the bullpen and bring on the left-hander Vosberg.
Well, not really in this situation. Jeff Russell, because of his sinker, he doesn't throw the high riding fastball, but because of his sinker, they're pretty confident that Jeff Russell can get a ground ball. Tino Martinez handles the bat so well. I guess a lot of people are wondering why isn't he bunting here to put the tying run at second base with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th inning, but I would look for a hit and run sometime during the course of this at bat. A huge hole on the right side of the infield.
0-1 pitch. And it's lifted in the air down the left field line. Greer at the warning track and has room. Bernie Williams tags up. He's coming to second. Here's a throw off line, and Williams gets into scoring position. And there is one of the reasons why Bernie Williams is the best Yankee player.
Absolutely. Rusty Greer, a left-handed throwing outfielder. Bernie Williams knew he was going to have to wheel his body around to get into position to make that throw from the deep corner in left field. The thing about this play is it's in front of you. Bernie Williams can see the ball. He starts running. If he sees that that throw is right on line, he could stop and go back to first base. But the throw was to the outfield side of second base. Greer backing up as he catches the ball, has to take a moment to gather himself and make that throw back to the infield. Heads up, base running by Bernie Williams.
Well, a quick meeting on the mound, but Joe Torre and Don Zimmer will tell you Bernie Williams is still very much learning this game. Grew up in Puerto Rico, was not a baseball player until he got well into his late teenage years.
Well, that base running play right there certainly indicates that he's learning quickly. That's an instinctive play by a base runner. So many times you'll see a guy walk halfway down, the catch will be made, the ball lobbed back in.
Well, here we go. Cecil Fielder representing the go-ahead run, bottom of the 8th inning. Tying run is Williams at second with 1 out. And it's fouled out of play. Look over, Bobby. You're oohing and awing. Thought maybe Cecil missed one there.
Well, once again, Cecil missed a slider that hung up over the middle of the plate last at bat. This time the ball's a little bit further on the outside part of the plate. If Cecil would have gone with the pitch, he probably would have driven it into right field. It looked like he pulled off just a little bit at the very end. Instead of a line drive, he hits a foul ball.
Fielder homered to left field in the 4th inning. And a bluff throw sends Williams diving back into the bag. Fielder walked into second. The home run to left field off Kenny Hill in the 4th inning, then grounded to short in the 6th. The 0-1 to Fielder. Into right field, base hit. They're going to wave around Williams. Gonzalez will throw home. Cut off, tie game. Big Daddy has all his little ones cheering for him about now.
Good hitters make adjustments on the fly. We mentioned the pitch before. Cecil pulled off a little bit. This time he stays on the ball. You can see his head right down there, drives it into right field. Williams had to hold up momentarily at second base because this ball was hit so hard on a line. Once it got through the infield, there was no doubt that they were going to send him from third base, and Willie Randolph had that arm flagging the whole way.
Well, Cecil Fielder sat down by Joe Torre last night in favor of Darryl Strawberry. He has 2 hits, 2 runs batted in. It's a tie game in the 8th. And there's a pitch in the dirt, smothered beautifully by Rodriguez.
The heads turning back and forth, watching the outfielder, watching the runner, watching the outfielder, watching the runner. Nice piece of hitting by Cecil Fielder.
So the Yankees have battled back, trailing 4-1 at the end of 3. A run in the 4th, a run in the 7th. They tied it here in the 8th. And certainly what was speculated on has come to fruition. The Ranger bullpen unable to hold the lead.
Well, you mentioned it earlier in the ballgame. The starters have carried the load for the Rangers all season. Tonight, no exception.
Andy Fox pinch running for Fielder. Very good speed. You wonder if the crowd noise isn't a little overwhelming right now, even for Mariano Duncan. This is unbelievable. Runner goes, and the pitch is fouled out of play.
Well, with 1 out of the inning, Joe Torre wants to get that runner into scoring position as quickly as possible. That appeared to be a hit and run. Duncan taking a shot at the right side. Fox with 11 stolen bases on the year, been caught only 3 times.
Well, the fans took a big deep breath, and now they'll reload. Go ahead, run at first, 1 out, bottom of the 8th, tie game at 4. Producer Mike Weissman, our director Jim Lynch, with Bob Brentley, Tom Brenneman, our entire Fox crew at historic Yankee Stadium. Game 2 of the American League Division Series. Texas took the opener last night. We're tied at 4 tonight in the bottom of the 8th. There goes a runner again, and it's into right center. Hamilton coming, dives, and got it. They're going to double up the runner at first. It will end the inning. So the Yankees trying to be aggressive on the bases. It was hit hard by Duncan, but the inning ends on a double play. Nonetheless, Fielder has tied the game at 4.
Decision to make by Andy Fox here, the pinch runner for Cecil Fielder. This is a hit and run. You can see as he breaks for second, he takes a peek at the hitter. The ball's hit into center field sinking. At this point, he's got to make up his mind to continue on or stop and try to get back at first. I feel he made the right decision. This is a great play by Darryl Hamilton on the run. Makes a good throw back to first base, and Cecil's watching the play on the bench. He thinks he's got action, and he says, geez, I could have got doubled off.
Well, Fielder nonetheless taken down for the pinch runner Andy Fox after Cecil had tied the game in the bottom of the inning with a run-scoring single that brought in Bernie Williams. And again, you get back to Bernie Williams and tagging up on the fly ball to left that got him into scoring position in the first place. So here we go in the 9th, 1-1 to Tettleton.
You hear it said all the time, the little things that don't show up in the box score but win ball games for good teams. Bernie Williams with a heads-up base running play.
And now the 1-1. Popped up behind the plate. Girardi, plenty of room. One away. Well, we'd like to remind you this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent. Game 2 last year in the divisional playoffs was a thriller. One of the all-time great games in Yankee Stadium history, going 15 innings in a 7-5 Yankee win over Seattle. Are we in store for another here tonight? Andy Pettitte started. He's now off the hook. 6 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs all earned. But now it's bullpen versus bullpen. And thus far, it's been Mariano Rivera and no chance for the Rangers. He is retired. Now the first 6 batters he's faced, and make it 7.
We talked about the great play Dean Palmer made last night to save a couple of runs. This one doesn't really save any runs, but a great play nonetheless. He's playing well in on the grass to take the bunt away. Just an instinctive move by a third baseman. Lean to his left, fall down, make the diving catch. Well, this, I think, is an example where a pitcher came into the game and picked up the entire team. The offense of the Yankees, you can almost sense that when Rivera came in the game, they started to pick it up.
Kevin Elster looks at a strike. The Rangers have not had a hit since a Will Clark 2-out single in the 5th. 12 straight Ranger batters have been set down by Pettitte and now Rivera. One and one to Elster.
When you have a dominating pitcher coming out of the bullpen like Rivera is, it will have that effect on your team. You're pretty sure the other team is not going to get anything going the rest of the ball game. It's up to you to do something offensively.
2 balls and a strike. Elster, a double to straightaway center field, just missing a home run back in the 3rd inning. He walked in the 4th, robbed of a hit on a diving play made by Bernie Williams in left center field in the 6th. He's had good at-bats tonight. Hit hard into right field, but there's O'Neill. And the Rangers go quietly in order in the 9th. Bottom of the 9th coming up. Girardi, Jeter, and Raines. The Yanks a chance to win it. Yankees' storied franchise. They played in 33 World Series, 122, dominating through the 60s and rising again in the 70s. The 80s led by the great Reggie Jackson, but then Don Mattingly lean time. Bernie Williams has brought him back, and here we go into the 9th. First pitch swinging, Joe Girardi, 1 pitch and 1 out. 4-4 game. New York has come back after trailing the Juan Gonzalez show. Gonzalez accounting for all 4 Texas runs in the 2nd inning with a solo shot, a 3-run blast in the 3rd. Well, the Yankees began to chip away, bottom of the 4th to run, and single runs in the 7th. Cecil Fielder tied the game in the 8th with a base hit to right, scoring Bernie Williams.
The hitters have to avoid the temptation to try to be a hero and end this game with a home run. Take what the pitcher gives you, try to get some base hits, get an inning going for your team. If he makes a mistake, maybe you'll get one.
Good night for Derek Jeter. As he takes high and tight, did he go around? No, says Durwood Merrill at first. Jeter lined to second in the 2nd. Double to right center in the 5th. Singled in the 7th inning.
No doubles. Dean Palmer camped right on that 3rd baseline.
Strike called, 1-1.
Good pitch by Russell to come back with a breaking ball after falling behind 1-0. Rangers outfielders, as they have been all night, playing very deep. Gonzalez shading the line in right field once again against Jeter.
That one almost hit him. 2 balls and a strike.
There you see how the Rangers are aligned once again. Darrell Hamilton a couple steps into right center field. Greer straight away in left. Gonzalez guarding the line in right. Big gaps in left center and right center.
On the ground to second base. McLemore will throw out Jeter, and Russell is retired. The first 2 here in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Russell a chance to pick up a save in this one. Now, whether or not Johnny Oates would have left him in certainly is doubtful. Nonetheless, Russell, the man who served up the tying run in the New York 8th inning. So here's Tim Raines with 2 out, nobody on in a 4-4 affair. Raines back in from the left side. Took a home run cut there and couldn't get it. But Bobby brought up earlier, Raines, 9 home runs this season. All 9 have come as a left-handed hitter. Russell in there for Texas. Rivera has been perfect out of the New York bullpen. 0-2 now to Raines.
He's got a little better pitch to hit that time. He didn't get it, fouling it off to the left side. The first pitch he swung at was a high fastball, not really his strength. Tim Raines, like a lot of left-handed hitter, good low ball hitter.
Russell getting assigned, big deep breath, and now the 0-2 pitch to Tim Raines. Breaking ball missed down and in, a ball and 2 strikes. Texas leading this series after getting a 6-2 win for Johnny Oates last night. Joe Torre wants to leave, splitting the 2 games here in Yankee Stadium. And now it's 2-2. So much more clearly, though, important for that man's team.
Absolutely. You mentioned it earlier. The Yankees have not had success at the ballpark in Arlington this year. 5-1.
Excuse me, swing. Down to the third baseman. That is a fair ball. And Palmer throws him out. So we're headed for the 10th in New York. A 4-4 game. 15th inning, Jim Leyritz was the man. Sending the Yankees to a 2-0 advantage over Seattle, as the Yanks won the first 2 games here, but you know the rest of the story. Went out to Seattle and lost 3 in a row, with the Mariners advancing on to face Cleveland in the American League Championship Series.
Well, absolutely. At that point, the Yankees looked to be in great shape going out to Seattle, but just didn't work out for them that way last year. As you see the new pitcher John Wetteland into the ball game. 43 saves on the season, only 4 blown saves. A hard thrower, John Wetteland. Great fastball, great curveball, an occasional slider. And as if that's not enough, he's been working on a changeup this year that, as the season has progressed, has gotten better and better and better. And now is a pitch that he can use with confidence in his arsenal.
Wetteland only blew 4 save chances all season. In fact, 50 of his last 54 regular season opportunities. This, of course, not a save situation. And here we go in the Texas top half of the 10th inning, where they send up the top of the order. Hamilton, Rodriguez, and Greer. Wetteland always works out of the stretch. And a flare into shallow center that's going to fall in for a base hit. So Hamilton greets rather rudely Wetteland's appearance from the bullpen, and he represents a go-ahead run.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but it'll work. A good hard fastball, it appeared to be, by John Wetteland. Broke Darrell Hamilton's bat, but he found an open spot out there in center field and dunked it in. Rangers have an opportunity to get something going on their own right now. The pitch is down. Hamilton breaks his bat. He's busting out of that batter's box in the event that Bernie Williams doesn't get a jump on that ball. He was going to think about going to second base.
That is the Rangers' first base hit since a Will Clark 2-out single in the 5th inning. Yankee pitching had retired the last 13 batters. And here's Ivan Rodriguez. Squares to bunt and takes a fastball high and away.
Now, this is not an easy task. We mentioned the good fastball from John Wetteland. Generally, in bunt situations, pitchers are told to throw high fastball, high, hard fastballs. It's an easy pitch to pop up into the air. It'll be very tough for Rodriguez to get this ball on the ground. I'm sure he hasn't been asked to bunt in extra innings. As a matter of fact, he hasn't been asked to bunt this year.
And you see, it's been a long time for Rodriguez since he put down a sacrifice bunt.
And it's not out of the realm of possibility for Johnny Oates to switch up and put on a hit and run. Darrell Hamilton with good speed. You see his steals there. We mentioned earlier, Rodriguez handles the bat well, hits a lot of balls to the right side of the infield.
Rodriguez again shortens up and pops it back out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And after that effort, he may decide to put the hit and run on. A high fastball from Wetteland out over the plate. You can see kind of a punching action there by Rodriguez. The idea is to catch the ball on the end of the bat and deaden it out in front of home plate. with that attempt there, even if he would have bunted that ball in the middle of the bat, it would have been bunted hard at somebody.
Leadoff man aboard. 4-4 game, top of the 10th inning. Hamilton a lead at first. And the 1-1. Rodriguez again squares. And, ooh, how did that miss? It's called a ball by home plate umpire Ken Kaiser.
Well, you can see Joe Girardi's reaction, immediately whipping his head to the right to say a few words to Ken Kaiser. Good fastball. Appears to catch outside corner. Get a good look at it here from the overhead shot, although you have to take into consideration the angle here, but we've seen pitches further outside than that called strikes this season.
Again, Raines pulling in a few steps in left field, and now the bunt is put down, and put down well by Rodriguez. So the young catcher of the Rangers gets the job done, advancing Darrell Hamilton onto second base, representing the go-ahead run here in the 10th.
Well, he successfully gets down this sacrifice bunt. I'm sure he wouldn't like to do that again anytime soon against John Wetland. Once again, a high fastball, but this time Rodriguez was able to get the bat above the ball, get it down on the ground to Tino Martinez. The only play he had was a turnaround throw to Duncan covering first base.
Well, win or lose, the Rangers have played so well here in the first two games. Franchise's first ever postseason appearance. And here's Greer. A little bit low, ball one. Well, it's Greer now, but in a moment, the main man, Juan Gonzalez. 2 home runs in the game, solo shot in the second, 3-run home run in the third, but has been retired rather easily his last 2 trips. Hamilton, the lead run at second, and the 1-0. Out on a play, ball a strike to Greer. Been a quiet game for Greer, the leading hitter on the Rangers this season. He's bounced into a double play, walked, scored a run, did line to right in the 5th, but grounded out to second against Rivera, ending the 7th.
You know, Joe Torre would like to see John Wetland retire Rusty Greer here and give them the option of either walking Gonzalez or at least pitching around him. Try not to give him anything good to hit.
And there is a roller foul. Well, we have found out that the X-rays have been taken of Jim Laritt's left early in the game after getting hit by a pitch. And thankfully, the X-rays are negative. Good news.
Well, that certainly is good news, but I'm sure that elbow is going to be quite swelled up tonight and probably even sore tomorrow when he wakes up. But he's a tough guy. You mentioned he's your buddy. You know him.
Go-ahead run at second base. 4-4 battle here in the top of the 10th. And now the 1-2 pitch. Wetland to Greer. High and tight.
Pretty good pitch right there. Wetland threw a real nice curveball up there, the pitch before that Greer fouled off to the first base side. And just to keep him honest, to make sure he wasn't out there looking for an off-speed pitch, Wetland comes up and in. The old high hardwood. Good pitch, good location.
Well, let's see what Wetland does here on the 2-2 to Greer. And that one got away from him. Well, Gonzalez a pitch away from having a chance to give Texas the lead, although Greer has been the main man in these situations the last couple of years for the Rangers. He has won 7 games over the last 2 seasons in the Rangers' final at bat. 3-2 pitch. And it's rolled up the first baseline. It's a fair ball. Did Wetland make the tag? Still no call. It is a fair ball, waiting for the home plate umpire to make the call. He hasn't made it. The home plate umpire has not made the call as to whether the runner was out or safe. And now the home plate umpire, Ken Kaiser, says that Greer was tagged out. Well, we had to wait. Johnny Oates wants an explanation.
It appeared Derwin Merrill did not see a tag. He never made a call. Home plate umpire Ken Kaiser signaled that it was a fair ball. Merrill deferred to the home plate umpire and asked him to help make the call, and Ken Kaiser said, yes, I saw a tag. Now we're going to get a chance to see. Well, it certainly appeared, if it was a tag, it was a very thin tag. You see Greer going down the first baseline, Wetland after the ball. It's a little hesitation there. Really tough to call from any of the angles we saw. Derwin Merrill very honestly said, I did not see it. Wetland hesitated momentarily to see if this ball was going to go foul. Once it got on the infield grass, he had to make the play on it. The swipe tag.
Well, now the Yankees are electing to intentionally walk Juan Gonzalez after a quick conference out on the mound. And you can certainly understand why. Although there will be those that will ask Joe Torre the question later. You walk a right-handed batter in Gonzalez to get to a postseason, certainly clutch hitting like performer in Will Clark.
Tough decisions that a manager has to make. He feels that it's a better matchup, even though it's lefty against righty, to have John Wetland out there with his devastating fastball against Will Clark, who we touched upon earlier has had a little problem getting around on the good fastballs. But Will Clark is a big-time performer in big-time situations.
So here comes Clark, hoping to make Joe Torre pay for walking Gonzalez in front of him. It's a 4-4 game. 4 runs, 5 hits, and no errors for the Rangers. 4 runs, 7 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. You see what Clark has done tonight. 1 of 3, 2 of 7 in the series. The go-ahead run is at third base in the form of Hamilton. Juan Gonzalez is at first, and Tino Martinez will play behind him. And now time is called on the field.
Well, part of the decision-making process here, I'm sure that Joe Torre has access to the same numbers that we do. Will Clark batting only .133 lifetime, 2 for 15 against John Wetland.
Oh, but to face Will Clark in this kind of situation. And here's a pitch. Fastball up and in. Ball 1 to Clark. Talked about Clark and what he has done in the postseason in his career, but those days were in San Francisco. And now as a Texas Ranger, the go-ahead run at third. And it's in the dirt, picked out of there nicely by Girardi to save a run for the time being anyway. 2 balls, no strikes.
Very good job by Girardi. As a catcher, you can anticipate a breaking ball going into the dirt. Relatively easy pitch to block because you know the movement of the ball is going to be downward. He anticipates it, gets down in good position. Actually caught that ball, but his only goal was to keep it in front of him.
Rangers 4, Yankees 4. Hamilton at third. Gonzalez on at first with 2 out here in the 10th. The 2-0 to Clark, and he waves through it. Well, many remember that Texas elected to not bring back Rafael Palmeiro. Will Clark was signed as a free agent to a $30 million contract in '94 to provide leadership and bring the Rangers to the playoffs. The 2-1 delivery. And he takes a strike right down the middle. Wow.
Johnny Oates, as I mentioned earlier, he said if he had one guy to pick as a leader on this ball club by example and by the things that he does in the clubhouse and on the field, it would be Will the Thrill Clark, and here he is.
Yankee Stadium crowd on its feet. Lead run at third, 2 out. High fly ball into right field. Should in the inning. The thrill is gone. So we head for the bottom half of the 10th inning. It remains a 4-4 game. Back after these messages from your local station. Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Bottom of the 10th inning. 4-4 game. Jeff Russell still on the mound. Charlie Hayes to lead things off. He'll be followed by Paul O'Neill and then Bernie Williams. And a breaking ball misses low. Hayes came on in the 7th inning against left-hander Dennis Cook to pinch hit for Wade Boggs. And he delivered with a sacrifice fly into center field that brought the Yankees to within a run. It's this one high into the air. And coming in from center field is Darrell Hamilton, who has not committed an error in 166 consecutive games. He set an American League record this year for the most chances by an outfielder without committing an error. And here comes Johnny Oates.
Johnny Oates on his way to the mound to make a pitching change. He's got Mike Stanton and Pavlik warming up in the bullpen. Dave Pavlik. Roger Pavlik, I'm sorry, the right-hander.
So we're going to have a change, and we'll be back with more in a moment. Bottom of the 10th inning, a pitching change for the Rangers. We came in, Bobby, figuring this was going to be a wild ball game. You had a good matchup tonight. Lively crowd. Kenny Hill for the Rangers. Andy Pettitte for the Yanks. It's been everything, and that's so far.
You know, Tommy, you told me a couple weeks ago you had a chance to come here and do a Yankee game, and you said it's the most rock and roll place in the world if you get a close ball game, particularly in the postseason. And the Yankee fans certainly haven't disappointed. The Rangers, the Yankees have all cooperated. What a great ball game.
So now it's Mike Stanton. He's had a lot of postseason experience going back to his days with the Atlanta Braves. And he's going to be facing a pretty tough customer in Paul O'Neill, who also has a lot of postseason experience.
Indeed he does. And we mentioned earlier, O'Neill is a much better hitter now against left-handed pitchers than he was earlier in his career. Stanton's a pretty tough customer out there. Good fastball, good curveball, a changeup, a split finger. Moves the ball around the strike zone pretty well.
See the numbers on Stanton, who came over in a seasonal deal from Boston. At the time, he was leading the league in appearances. And still some pretty good numbers on Stanton, who has not been the same pitcher since leaving Atlanta. All right, so you want to play manager, and certainly left on that Yankee bench. You now have Darryl Strawberry and the right-hander Luis Sojo.
But do you think this joint would erupt if Darryl came up to pinch hit and would happen to hit one out of the ballpark?
Strawberry got the start last night, a hitless game, but has been swinging the bat well the last couple of weeks of the season. That's why he got the start in game one rather than Fielder. So here's O'Neill. One out, none on, bottom of the 10th. And an excuse me roller in front of the plate, and Rodriguez will throw out O'Neill. So easy work for Stanton.
Well, it doesn't get much easier than that. You make one pitch and the batter actually gets himself out. O'Neill looked like he was trying to check his swing there. The ball just got enough of the bat to dribble out in front of home plate. A very easy play for Pudge Rodriguez.
So now the batter is going to be Bernie Williams.
Well, and the fact that Mike Stanton is in the ballgame is certainly going to work in Bernie Williams' favor. You see the numbers right there. A much more powerful, much higher average from the right side of the plate.
Boy, this is a gamble. But Williams did hit 29 home runs this season, and this is the year of the home run ball. Stanton turns it loose, and it's outside and high.
At this point of the ball game, a pitching coach will tell every pitcher that comes into the ball game to keep the ball in the ballpark. That doesn't necessarily mean you don't throw strikes, but you make sure that if you are going to miss, you're going to miss in your favor where the batter keeps the ball in the stadium.
Fastball again missed outside. Stanton unhappy with the call there of Ken Kaiser. So quickly 2-0 to Bernie Williams. Two out, nobody on, tie game in the 10th. Ball 3 down low.
Well, Mike Stanton is used to that National League strike zone. That was a fairly good pitch. Looked like the bottom of the knees, but a lot of people will argue the fact that the strike zone is higher in the American League, but I think that most people would concede if this was a National League Division Series game, that pitch probably would have been called a strike.
Williams with a 3-0 count. Clearly looking for something in a certain zone and take a hack. Here's a pitch. It wasn't there. Good breaking ball by Stanton.
A lot of respect there for Bernie Williams on the 3-0 count. The Rangers were pretty sure he had the green light. They weren't going to make a mistake by laying a fastball in there and giving Bernie Williams a chance to win this ball game.
Dick Bosman, along with manager Johnny Oates, looking over the scorecard in the Ranger third base side dugout. They have a chance to take a 2-0 lead with a victory here tonight and go back to the ballpark in Arlington, where they have dominated the Yankees not only this season, but in the last 3 years. There's ball 4 to Williams. So the winning run is aboard, for Tino Martinez here in the 10th.
Bernie Williams with 17 stolen bases on the season. Left-handed hitter Tino Martinez at the plate facing a left-handed pitcher. But the great equalizer sits right there behind home plate. Pudge Rodriguez thrown out close to 50% of the runners attempting to steal this year. Close to 47% on his career. They don't give runners the green light when Pudge is back there. They give him the yellow light. You can steal it, but be very careful.
Williams a decent lead at first, and the breaking ball is blown away to Tino Martinez. Martinez 3 of 4 in the game last night, scored a run, but tonight is 0 for 3. He did walk and score back into second. Rangers and Yankees traded runs in the second. Gonzalez a 3-run home run in the third made it 4-1 Texas. New York a run in the fourth on a Cecil Fielder home run. And now the pitch. Swing and a miss. The Yankees in the 7th inning chase Kenny Hill from the game. Got a sac fly run batted in by pinch hitter Charlie Hayes. And then against Jeff Russell in the 8th inning, it was a single by Fielder in the right field that knocked in Bernie Williams to tie the game at 4. Where we stand here in the bottom of the 10th, 1 on, 2 out. And a rather weak swing there by Martinez. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Stand with that big sweeping breaking ball. He can neutralize a lot of left-handed hitters. The danger is if he hangs that ball up over the inside part of the plate, a lot of lefties bail against left-handed pitching. If you don't get that breaking ball out over the plate, if you leave it over the inside part of the plate, it's a very good pitch to hit.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Martinez. Breaking ball, strike 3 called, and the Yankees are finished in the 10th. So we turn the page to the 11th. Rangers and Yankees tied at 4. This is brilliantly talented 24-year-old, and Bobby, he can get it done in every kind of situation, not only with the bat, but obviously the glove in his arm.
Well, he's a complete player, playing at the toughest position in baseball. Got a cannon for an arm. You could even hear it right there. We saw him attempt to pick off earlier. Here's a throw to second base right on the money. And watch him jump like a cat out from behind home plate. A good strong throw to second to start a 2-6-3 double play. The man can do it all, behind the plate and at the plate.
Well, we brought up earlier, Pudge Rodriguez has already won 4 Gold Gloves and certainly will win a 5th this season. Now, bear in mind, he won his 4th Gold Glove last year at the age of 23 years, 11 months to become the 2nd youngest 4-time recipient in the history of that award, behind only Cincinnati legendary great Johnny Bench. Rodriguez, the 6th catcher to win at least 4 Gold Gloves, and Bench does have the all-time record at 10. Can you compare him at this stage, though, with Johnny Lee Bench?
I don't even think that's fair. I never like to compare players from one era to players from another era. Certainly Rodriguez has a lot of the same kind of skills that Johnny Bench had, but you know, Pudge is going to have to do it for about another 12 years before you start comparing him to Johnny Bench. At least at this stage of his career, you'd have to say they're very comparable.
John Wetland on the mound to begin his 2nd inning of work. He'll face Dean Palmer, Mickey Tettleton, and then Mark McLemore. Wetland ran into trouble in the 10th inning. He got Will Clark on a fly ball to right, leaving the go-ahead run at 3rd. And it's in there, strike to Palmer, 1-1. Palmer, tremendous power, 38 home runs during the regular season. And he hit a home run here in the Rangers opening game win last night. And it's into center field, base hit, so the Rangers 11th starts the same way as it did in the 10th. They were unable to score then. We'll see now.
A good piece of hitting right there by Gene Palmer. Good curveball from John Wetland down low in the strike zone. Palmer's a good low ball hitter, however. You might say that seemed to be a good pitch down low in the strike zone, but it's not necessarily a good pitch if the hitter likes the ball down low in the strike zone, and Palmer just goes right back up the middle with a base hit.
Well, earlier we saw Ivan Rodriguez asked to do something that he had not done since 1993, and that was put down a sacrifice bunt. Mickey Tettleton settles in, and Wetland wanted to find out if he would think about bunting. It would be a shock, wouldn't it, if he tried to bunt?
I think so. I mean, his bat is already in a bunting position. If he would just turn around and face the pitcher, the bat is in perfect bunting position the way he lays it down there flat. But Tettleton likes to pull that ball. He's a dead pull fastball hitter. This is a pretty good matchup for him with that hole on the right side.
And he takes on the inside corner, a strike. So Tettleton does have one this season. But again, with that right side, Bobby, as you point out, that's a prime target area.
And Paul O'Neill shading a little bit to the center field side of right field. A lot of room down in that right field corner. A base hit down in that corner could possibly score Palmer from first base.
Taken outside and high. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tettleton. He has walked twice, struck out, and fouled out his last trip in the 9th inning to the catcher Joe Girardi. Raines, Bernie Williams, Paul O'Neill, left, center, and right. Hayes, Jeter, Duncan, and Martinez third to first, with a battery of Wetland and Joe Girardi. 2 balls and a strike. Wetland again appeared to be unhappy with that call.
Well, using a lot of breaking balls here with Mickey Tettleton. We've talked throughout the broadcast. He's a very patient hitter. He likes to work deep into the count. Wetland tries to throw a slider in on his hands. Tettleton lays off. You can see the pitch just dives down and in out of the strike zone.
Leadoff man aboard, Dean Palmer here in the 11th inning. And it's chopped foul wide of first. Tettleton trying to hook it through there. And it evens the count at 2-2.
He got the fastball he was looking for, but it wasn't in a location he likes. He's a much better low ball hitter from the left side of the plate. That pitch was up above the belt. All he was able to do was pull it foul.
Well, you get the feeling the Yankee Stadium crowd is teetering on burning out. Earlier in the game with 2 strikes, everybody up on their feet. They're waiting for the home team to come to bat again.
For 3 innings, they were at a fever pitch. After the Yankees tied it up into the 8th inning, they were up on their feet. They may be a little burned out.
Swing and a miss. First out here in the 11th inning. Palmer still at first.
Good high gas from John Wetland. This is a pitch that Tettleton's had trouble handling from the left side of the plate throughout his career. A good high fastball just up above the belt. Takes a home run hack at it. Just can't get on top of that fastball.
Well, Dean Palmer does have 2 stolen bases this season. By no means considered a base stealer. And there's a fastball in the outside corner. Strike 1 to McLemore. McLemore struck out in the 2nd inning, laid down a sacrifice bunt in the 4th. Grounded to 3rd in the 6th inning, and Charlie Hayes took away a hit with a diving stab on a liner to 3rd in the 9th. A ball, a strike.
Well, McLemore has better than average speed, but he has grounded into 16 double plays this year. I'd really be surprised if they started Dean Palmer in any way, shape, or form.
And a reminder right here on Fox tomorrow night, Game 2, the Dodgers and the Braves. Atlanta winning in extra innings earlier today. A 2-1 final. 1-1 pitch. And it's fouled out of play, so Wetland jumps in front.
Well, the thing that Palmer has to be aware of, with Wetland and that big curveball, we've already seen Joe Girardi do a nice job of blocking one in the dirt. He's got to really be heads up and try to read that pitch as it approaches home plate. And if he sees the ball headed for the dirt, try to get a jump. If Girardi's not able to get in front of it, or if he does block it and the ball gets away, he could possibly advance on that.
1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Strike 3, swinging. Two away in the inning.
This is old Uncle Charlie here. Good overhand curveball. You can see that's what a pitch the old-timers used to call a drop ball. Actually, it's a curveball that breaks straight down. They call it 12 to 6. If you can picture the face of a clock, the pitch goes from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock, almost straight down. Tight rotation. Great pitch.
Kevin Elster, the batter, is 1 of 3. Has hit the ball hard. All 3 at bats. And he had a good cut right there to Wetland pitch up and fouled it straight back. Elster doubled to center, scored in the third, walked in the fourth, had a hit taken away on a diving play made by Bertie Williams in left center in the 6th inning, and then line to O'Neill in right, ending the 9th. Talk about comeback stories. Kevin Elster, 7 organizations in the last 4 years since he was ballyhooed as the next Cal Ripken Jr. in his days with the New York Mets. And it's taken upstairs. And Elster will be the first to admit that this city, being young and famous and good-looking and all of those things, can be a volatile combination in this town. He was out on the streets too many nights in his days 10 years ago with the Mets, and now he appreciates the game, and what a season. 1-1 pitch, blown away.
Well, particularly when there are so many high expectations placed upon you, which they're wont to do here in New York. They like to pick their heroes before the guys even put the uniform on, and they expected a lot out of Kevin Elster in a hurry, and he wasn't able to produce, and consequently he fell out of favor here in New York.
2-1 pitch, right back to the mound. Texas is finished in the 11th. So Wetland will head back to the dugout. Bottom of the inning coming up. Still tied at 4. 4-4 game. And look who's come out of the Yankee dugout to pinch hit for Andy Fox. Well, Darryl Strawberry on top, fell to the very, very bottom, came back and played in the Independent League in St. Paul, and he finally feels as though he's made it all the way back.
Being able to go down to the lowest level of baseball and play, it brought some joy back to me. I really didn't think about the fact that even if I didn't make it back to the major leagues, I was going out on a good note because I was having fun for the first time in a long time. And I think any player that has played this game understands once you lose the fun of it, it makes it very difficult to play.
And there's no question, Bob, our conversation, our interview with him, and just talking around the batting cage, sometimes you wonder how something can happen and things can happen to a guy like a Darryl Strawberry. He has always been such a polite, gentle, courteous, kind man.
I think, as he said in that little clip right there, he kind of lost sight of what was important. He lost sight of the enjoyment that he got out of playing the game of baseball, being part of a team. And, you know, certainly we all hope that he's got his life on track now and can enjoy the rest of his career.
So Strawberry, 262 a hitter during the regular season. In 63 games, hit 11 home runs, 36 batted in. 0 for 4 last night, and he takes from Stanton low and in. Strawberry off the bench this season, 1 of 6, did not hit a home run, and knocked in a run. He hit 4 of his home runs against left-handed pitching, but only a .208 batter. Good fastball there from Stanton, 1-1.
Straw's had his problems with Mike Stanton throughout his career, 0 for 11 lifetime. A lot of those at-bats probably came earlier in his career when they were in the National League together, but that's all history.
1-1 pitch on the ground. McLemore is there, and Strawberry silenced to start the bottom half of the 11th inning. Now, Strawberry was signed by the Columbus Clippers, a AAA affiliate, away from the St. Paul Saints of the Independent Northern League on the 4th of July. So truly, like our country, Strawberry born again and hit .435 in St. Paul, tore up Columbus. In just 2 games, he hit 3 home runs. And then they brought him straight to the major leagues, where he was able to collect his 300th career home run. So now the batter, Mariano Duncan. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 11th inning in a 4-4 game. Fouled out of play.
Well, so far, Stanton has done a fine job of keeping the ball out of the center of the plate, keeping it away from the hitter's power, forcing them, if they're going to beat him, to do it to the opposite field.
Duncan 0 for 4, line to center as part of an inning-ending double play with a hit and run on back in the 8th inning. Breaking ball missed. 1-1.
Boy, it missed drastically. I think Pudge Rodriguez wanted that breaking ball down in the dirt. Is a pitch that Duncan has chased in the past. You could see Pudge pound his catcher's mitt on the ground before he got into a position to receive the ball, and Stanton threw one way up high.
Duncan with some pop in that bat on the ground down to third. There's Dean Palmer. 2 away. So Stanton has come on. Faced 5 batters. He walked Bernie Williams after 2 were out in the 10th. Fantino Martinez to end that inning, and has retired Strawberry and Duncan here in the 11th.
With the 2 best fielding teams in the American League, normally extra innings are turned either on an error or a mistake by a pitcher, making a bad pitch, hanging something up over the inside part of the plate, but you certainly wouldn't anticipate an error by these 2 teams.
We have not had one in the game tonight. Told you earlier on, these are the top 2 defensive teams in all of baseball. Although a botched double play ball going back to that Yankees 2nd inning by the Ranger defense led to a run. That misses low. 2-0 now to Girardi. In fact, 2 botched double play balls. Pitch, Stanton to Girardi, and threw it right by him. 2-1.
And once again, a good location. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Girardi, not a guy with tremendous power. He's able to hit the ball out of the ballpark if you make a mistake on the inside part, but Stanton steadily staying away from the power of the Yankee hitters.
Stanton trying to set down the Yankees in order here in the bottom of the 11th. Fastball miss. 3-1. And waiting on deck should Girardi reach. A man who could make up for leaving 6 men on base last night. The rookie, native of Kalamazoo, Michigan, Derek Jeter. Ball 4, and Jeter will get a chance.
Jeter's getting a chance to redeem himself here, although the winning run is on first base. You know he wants to get a chance to come up here and do something to redeem himself for the miserable evening he had last night leaving runners on base. Girardi with very good speed at first base for a catcher. I hate to say that, but it's a term that everybody uses. Joe Girardi runs very well, able to score on a ball hit in the gap, possibly on a ball hit down the lines.
Girardi glancing over at Willie Randolph, the Yankee third base coach, former great Yankee player. And here's Jeter, who has 2 hits in the game tonight, 2 of 4. Stanton turns it loose, and it's down and in to Jeter, ball 1. Jeter, just 22 years old. The Yankees' first-round draft pick back in '92, 6th pick overall that year. And now the pitch. Thought about it, held off. 2-0.
2 straight breaking balls by Mike Stanton. Nice piece of patient hitting by Jeter. You know he wants to get something he can drive right here. Lays off a couple of tough breakers that were down low out of the strike zone. Works the count in his favor, 2-0.
Winning run is Joe Girardi at first with 2 out. And they throw over, and they picked him off to end the inning. So Girardi caught leaning at first, and Stanton sniffed it all the way. So at the end of 11, it remains the Rangers 4, the Yankees 4.
Definitely leaning there, not really turning as if to run to second base, but just caught completely by surprise by this pickoff. You can see he's already looking to home plate, anticipating the pitch.
All right, Professor Brenly, let's talk about a left-hander's pickoff move.
Some of the things that a base runner will look for against a left-handed pitcher on his move to first are very easy to read. Most left-handers, when they're throwing to first, will look at home. When they're throwing home, they will look at first base. Another thing to look for, a left-hander throwing to first base will show you the top of his shoe. If he's throwing home, he will show you the bottom of his cleats. Another thing to look for, a left-hander occasionally will lean his upper body back when he's going to first base, as opposed to bringing his upper body forward to gather and throw to home plate.
Stanton caught Girardi.
And as you can see on the replays there, Stanton was looking at home plate, but the thing that sold that pickoff move was the upper body. He kept his upper body over his lower body. He gathered as if he was going to go to home plate. I think we're going to get another look at it right here. You can see he's looking at home plate, but he keeps his upper body over his legs, snaps the throw over there to first base, completely catches Girardi by surprise. Just a very good job of selling that pickoff move by Mike Stanton.
Well, we go to the 12th inning, where it remains a 4-4 game, and the much-maligned left-hander Graham Lloyd will now come to the mound for the New York Yankees.
Well, Graham Lloyd has had his problems since coming over to the Yankees in the deal with the Milwaukee Brewers. In his defense, he does have bone spurs in his elbow that prohibit him from snapping off the good curveball that made him attractive to the Yankees in the first place.
A very controversial trade, and there's still a jury out as far as the deal that involved Graham Lloyd coming from Milwaukee as it strike one to Darrell Hamilton. He was brought over with Pat Listash for right-hander Bob Wickman and Gerald Williams. But of course, they found out that Listash was injured, so they had to throw in another player to come to the Yankees. That turned out to be Ricky Bonas. And now there's some debate as to whether or not Lloyd was hurt before the trade and whether the Yankees again should get someone else in the deal. One ball, one strike. Bouncer over the mound. Charging Jeter. It's under his glove. And that'll be a base hit for Darrell Hamilton.
Well, a do-or-die attempt here by Derek Jeter. I don't believe they would have been able to get Darrell Hamilton at first base anyway on this play. A high bouncer, has to be a high bouncer to get over Graham Lloyd. He's about 6'6". Jeter tries to field it on the short hop. The ball hit right at the edge of the infield grass and dirt and just did not come up for that last short hop.
So Lloyd will leave with a runner on in a tie game in the 12th. And we'll be back to Yankee Stadium in a moment. Yankee Stadium, where it's a 4-4 game in the top half of the 12th inning. Rangers a leadoff infield single by Darrell Hamilton. And we'd like to remind you, the division series continues tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific on ESPN. It'll be San Diego and St. Louis from Busch Stadium. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific right here on Fox. Joe Buck and Tim McCarver will bring you the Atlanta Braves and the Los Angeles Dodgers. So now on from the Yankee bullpen, hard-throwing right-hander Jeff Nelson.
Hard-throwing right-hander is exactly right. They've got a few of them down there at Yankees bullpen. We've seen Mariano Rivera. We've seen John Wetland. Now Jeff Nelson on to pitch. He's definitely a strikeout pitcher, 74 in the third innings. He's punched out 91 batters. Throws a good fastball, a hard slider, an occasional changeup, and an occasional split-fingered fastball.
Darrell Hamilton started the inning with an infield hit off of Graham Lloyd. So here comes Nelson. Our game summary, Juan Gonzalez, a big story early on. A solo home run, a 3-run home run. Has 3 homers and 7 knocked in the series. Cecil, his first career postseason home run, then tied the game in the 8th inning with a single to right that brought in Bernie Williams. Jeff Russell, the blown save in that 8th inning. And you see what the Rangers have been able to manage as Pettitte was able to right the ship and then turn the ball over to Mariano Rivera, then John Wetland. And so not much doing for the Ranger offense with the exception of that 10th inning when they left Hamilton at third base.
And Pudge Rodriguez was asked to put down a sacrifice bunt in the 10th. Probably be asked to do the same thing here. He does not have good career numbers against Jeff Nelson. I'm sure Johnny Oates knows that, and Rodriguez has done it once. He's going to ask him to do it again.
Nelson waits, and he delivers, and it misses outside.
But Nelson with that low 3/4 delivery, that ball really sinks back in the zone. Started that pitch a little bit off the outside corner, didn't quite come back enough to get the called strike.
1-0 the count on Rodriguez, and Nelson will turn and throw to first base. Of course, Nelson, a member of Seattle's staff last year when they beat the Yankees in 5 games, came over with Tino Martinez for third baseman Russ Davis and left-hander Sterling Hitchcock. And that one bunted foul.
Nelson should be somewhat easier to bunt off of than John Wetland or Mariano Rivera because his ball has a sinking motion. It's much easier to get on top of a ball that is sinking as it approaches the hitting area than a four-seam fastball that you throw up high in the zone. That was a high sinker. Rodriguez just barely got a piece of it, but he should be much more able to bunt this ball.
And that one bunted up the first base line and foul. So 1-2 now to Rodriguez. Certainly not going to be bunting now with a 2-strike count.
Well, in a roundabout way, this is probably what Pudge was hoping for in the back of his mind. Give me one shot. He hits the ball so well to right field. Duncan cheating close to second base in the event of a ground ball for a double play. Martinez holding the runner, big hole on the right side.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Rodriguez. The go-ahead run is Hamilton at first, and he waves through it, strike 3.
Well, after seeing 3 power sinkers from Jeff Nelson, he comes back with a hard slider low and away, and from this arm angle, that ball is really going to bite and go down and away from a right-handed hitter. Rodriguez opens up that front side just a little bit. Normally he would stay on that pitch much better, but with 2 strikes he had to be in a defensive mode.
Rusty Greer is swinging a miss. As Mel Stottlemyre, the Mets pitching or rather the Yankee pitching coach, continues to work the phone down in the bullpen area. Juan Gonzalez waits on deck. But right now it's Rusty Greer who is 0 for 4. He walked and scored in the 3rd inning.
The Yankees are down to 2 right-handers in their bullpen, David Weathers and Brian Boehringer.
0-1 pitch. And he backdoored him with that one on the outside edge. 0-2 to Greer. Hamilton has not attempted a run. He had 15 stolen bases during the regular year. He still leads at first, held by Tino Martinez. 4-4 game in the 12th. Tried it again and missed.
Also with a very unorthodox delivery to home plate. As you can see, he sets his hands out far from his body and just kind of glides in his delivery to home plate. Runner at first base would have a very hard time seeing when his hands start into motion.
1-2 pitch to Greer, and it's hit foul wide of third. Nelson did suffer a Game 1 loss right here at Yankee Stadium wearing a Seattle uniform last year during the division series. It took a while for the Yankee fans to warm up to him because outside of that loss, which certainly made the fans here very happy, he went on to Seattle to appear in a couple of more games and pitched very, very well. Hamilton extends his lead a bit at first in the 1-2. Struck him out swinging. Boy, the Texas offense has taken a nap by and large since the 3rd inning.
And much like Mike Stant for the Rangers, Jeff Nelson doing a great job of keeping the ball away from the power of the Rangers hitters. He's pumped up, but he knows he needs one more out to get out of this inning. Well, you'll see it coming right at you. That low 3/4 delivery, a sinker on the outside part of the plate, tailing away from the bat of Rusty Greer, and Jeff Nelson likes it.
Well, you can celebrate for a moment after striking out Greer, but don't get too carried away, because here comes Juan Gonzalez. A solo homer in the 2nd, a 3-run blast to left field in the 3rd. Breaking ball down and away to stay away from his power, as you brought up earlier, Bobby. He has since popped to first, grounded to short, and was intentionally walked in the 10th.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff Nelson throws him every pitch a slider this at bat. Because of the action on his fastball, it tails back and into a right-handed hitter. Gonzalez, a good low fastball hitter, would be going right into his string.
Gonzalez waving the bat. High drive down the left field line into the corner, but foul and out of play. Hit that a little thin. It looked good leaving the bat, but it clearly was not well hit.
He got it off the end of the bat a little bit. Nelson made a mistake, though. He got this breaking ball over the heart of the plate. Girardi's target was down low and away. There you see the swing by Juan Gonzalez. Tremendous extension. Perhaps just a little bit too much as he hits it off the end of the bat and hooks it foul down the left field line.
So a ball, a strike to Gonzalez, who has 3 home runs in the first 2 games of this series. On the ground, right side. Duncan can't get it. It's into right field. Making the turn and coming to third is Hamilton. So they do indeed pitch away from the strength of Gonzalez, but he came in on the season hitting .314. So it's just not home runs and bombs into the second deck.
That's the biggest change in Juan Gonzalez's game. Rudy Jaramillo, the batting coach for the Texas Rangers, has really worked on him to take the ball up the middle. If you get a mistake pitch, go ahead and put your best home run swing on it. But if the pitcher's not going to give you a ball to drive out of the ballpark, take what they give you. Gonzalez has become a much better hitter using the whole field, hitting balls back up the middle like he did right there.
Well, the go-ahead run is again Hamilton at third after the base hit by Gonzalez, who's on at first. And now the Yankees going to stall for a little time. How desperate are the Yankees to win this game? Joe Torre, you saw Mel Stottlemyre now hanging up the phone in the bullpen. The Game 4 scheduled starter for New York is left-hander Kenny Rogers, the former Texas Ranger. He is throwing in the pen. And here comes Torre to bring in Rogers to face a left-hander Will Clark.
Well, if you don't win this game, there is no Game 4.
So Torre just now arriving at the mound. No signal given yet. Certainly a pretty safe assumption. You would think he brings in the left-hander. Entire Yankee infield along with the catcher Joe Girardi gathered at the top of the mound. And finally Ken Kaiser is going to break up the meeting. And now Torre summons a left-hander. So we'll step aside. Runners on the corners, 2 out in the 12th. Tied at 4.
Yankee Stadium are rooting for Will Clark to come up with a base hit right now, but you can be pretty sure that man right there, Bill Clark, is rooting for his son to come up with a big base hit. He's obviously followed his career from Little League, T-ball, high school, Mississippi State All-American, College World Series, to the major leagues. Now here he is at Yankee Stadium, the #1 fan and number 22, Will the Thrill Clark.
I'm down in New Orleans, Louisiana. A little bit different world that Will Clark grew up in, down in the Bayou to where he stands now, center stage in the Big Apple.
You know, his dad is a wonderful man. As I mentioned, he's followed Will's career. When Will was with the San Francisco Giants, Bill Clark would take time out of his busy schedule and make it out to San Francisco as often as he could, meet the ball club on the road from time to time. Had an opportunity to see Will's very first game in the major leagues at the Houston Astrodome, and in his first at bat against Nolan Ryan, he went deep to center field.
That's a pretty good way to come into the big league.
Not a bad way to break in.
Well, Clark had a chance in the 10th inning against John Wetland. He stepped up with the exact same scenario. He had Darrell Hamilton at third base. He had at first base Juan Gonzalez. But now he'll face the left-hander Kenny Rogers. As you see, it begins to rain here at Yankee Stadium. Rogers, a starter, brought over a former Texas Ranger, and Bobby, he was supposed to go in Game 4.
Well, the biggest number that jumps out at me right there is the walks. Kenny Rogers gives up a hit an inning, which is not surprising for a starting pitcher, but the walks are what usually gets him in trouble.
Clark and Rogers, teammates, of course. So here in the rain, in the 12th inning, Clark looks at a breaking ball down and away. Clark in the game is grounded to second, drew a walk in the third, singled in the 5th. He has since grounded to second and ended that 10th inning with 2 on with a fly ball to Paul O'Neill in right field. 4-4 game, 2 out, 2 on. And that one, what a play by Girardi.
And we talked a lot about Pudge Rodriguez tonight. Joe Girardi's a very agile catcher as well. Moves around tremendously behind home plate. Quick hands, able to get out there and block that bad breaking ball way over in the right-handed batter's box. Save a run.
Clark has only managed a .246 average against left-handed pitching this season. But a chance to deliver here, and the 2-0. That looked like a cross-up there between Girardi and Rogers.
That appeared to be some kind of a cut fastball that ran away from Will Clark there across the plate and down low. Girardi, a good job to stay with it. Obviously no margin for error here for Joe Girardi. They better be on the same page as far as the signals are concerned with a runner at third base.
Well, should Clark reach, waiting on deck would be Dean Palmer. And now the 3-0. And Clark takes ball 4. So Rogers brought in to get out the left-handed batting Will Clark. Walks him on 4 straight pitches, and that's not what Joe Torre had in mind.
And the 3-0 pitch was a big sweeping breaking ball, which really shows you the kind of respect that the New York Yankees gave to Will Clark in that particular situation.
Well, his father, Bill Clark, sitting in the stands, and his reaction to Will taking the walk. Attaboy. Good eye up there. Didn't try to force anything. Trying to get out of here with a win. Look at that. He wanted his son to take a hack.
And now Mariano Duncan on his way to the mound to talk to Kenny Rogers. Either to check signs or once again to stall for time for the Yankees bullpen. A right-hander, Brian Boehringer, now getting loose out there in the Yankees bullpen. Ken Kaiser said, that's enough of that stuff. Let's get going.
Well, a very light mist falling here at Yankee Stadium. Very few empty seats despite the time on the clock in left center. 12:19 Eastern time. And now Joe Torre will come out of the dugout, and he'll go to the mound and bring on Boehringer to face right-handed batting Dean Palmer.
Joe Torre was never a very fast player when he played, but he's taking a very slow walk to the mound.
Well, we'll be back. Bases loaded here in the 12th. 2 men out in a 4-4 game. One of the great faces in all of baseball, 65-year-old Don Zimmer, the bench coach under Joe Torre. It's a little late when you get to be that age to stay up this late, but Don Zimmer, truly one of the great characters in this game. He's been in a baseball uniform in this his 48th consecutive year. He's been married to the same woman for 45 years, and he's lived in the same house for 41 years.
And he's rubbing his face there. He thought, you know, in those 48 years, I thought I had seen everything. But Joe Torre taking a page from the Tony La Russa managerial book, going to his 4th pitcher in the inning here in the 12th. Zim said, that's what I'd have done, Joe. Exactly what I'd have done.
Well, the new right-hander is Brian Boehringer, and he walks right into the fire with the bases loaded, facing Dean Palmer. And you see the numbers on Boehringer. Has been a much better pitcher out of the bullpen. The inflated ERA, a great deal to do with his starts early in the season. Spot starts when called up from Columbus. Rangers 4, Yankees 4. Hamilton at third, Gonzalez at second, Clark at first with 2 out. And there's a pitch. Where in the world did that miss? Wow.
Well, we talked about the difference between the National League and American League strikes earlier. That appeared to be a good American League strike there. Seemed to be middle of the thighs, middle of the zone.
Well, Dean Palmer will take it. And now the 1-0. There is the strike.
Well, Palmer being very patient here. Normally a very aggressive hitter, but the pressure is all on Brian Boehringer right now.
See what Palmer has done in his career, or at least this season, with the bases loaded. He's 1 for 5 in the game tonight. And now the 1-1 pitch. High fly ball into right center field. Williams on the run there with O'Neill. And O'Neill makes the grab. The Rangers leave them loaded. They've stranded 11. We come to the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 4. Back after these messages from your local Fox station.
Led Zeppelin. up when communication breakdown. Bernie Williams, you can see him. I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. I don't got it. But here's why. Paul O'Neill's saying, I got it, I got it, I got it. And Dean Palmer, who sent that ball out there in the deep right center field, is saying, one of you don't got it, please.
Bottom of the 12th inning. Game 2 of the American League Division Series. Rangers in front after a 6-2 victory last night. 1-0. And Mike Stanton deals to Derek Jeter, and it's in there a strike. Jeter was aboard when Joe Girardi was picked off at first by Stanton, ending the 11th inning. He'll be followed by Tim Raines and then third baseman Charlie Hayes. 1-1. Been a very well-pitched game. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Rangers. 4 runs, 7 hits. Andy Pettitte started it, and he's been in the dugout the entire game. Went 6 1/3 innings, allowed 4 hits and 4 runs. Hot smash, foul ball.
Well, there's no way you're going to hit a fair ball down that third baseline where Dean Palmer's playing for Derek Jeter. Extra inning ball game. The rule is no doubles. Look where Palmer's playing. A dive away from the foul line, although that is very close. Palmer cheating up a couple steps in front of the base to take the bunt away from Derek Jeter. He knows that he can get to that foul line before that ball can get by him in fair territory.
Jeter trying to drive the bat up. Had a late rainfall a short while ago. Doesn't appear to be anything coming down right now. It rained the better part of the afternoon and early evening here in New York. 1-2 pitch to Jeter into right center field, a base hit. The Yankees a leadoff man aboard. Jeter his 3rd hit of the game.
Well, we talked about Mike Stanton staying away from the hitter's strength. This is exactly what the Yankee hitters are going to have to do if they want to break through against Mike Stanton. He's got very good control as he's knocking on wood there. Very good control with his fastball in particular, keeping it on the outside part of the plate. Jeter just goes with the ball into right center field.
Mike Henneman, the Ranger right-hander, their closer, begins to get loose in the bullpen. Here's Tim Raines. And he's up there to bunt the runner along and takes high, ball 1.
Raines will bunt the ball to Will Clark at first base. Because of the elbow injury that Will Clark suffered a few years ago, he does not throw nearly as well as you would like a first baseman to throw, particularly in bunt situations just like this. The word around the league is bunt it to Will.
Well, Raines may not have to. Stanton has fallen behind at 2 balls and no strikes.
If it was earlier in the ball game, this would give Joe Torre a real opportunity to perhaps play hit and run right here, but you really have to play it close to the vest in extra innings. Stanton's in the hole now. He's going to have to throw a strike, a pitch that Raines should be able to bunt.
Big holes all over the infield due to Palmer guarding the line down at 3rd and Clark holding the runner on at 1st. Well, there's plenty of open areas for Raines to spray it around if he so chooses, or if Joe Torre wants him to take a hack. And there's a strike. Raines didn't think so. Pulled the bat away after offering at it with a bunt.
That appeared to be a pretty good pitch to bunt there. Fastball low and outside, down low, below the level of your bat as you prepare to bunt. That's a pitch that you can usually stay on top of, and as we mentioned, you want to bunt that ball to first base.
Yankees trying to go to Arlington, Texas. Tied in 1 game apiece in this best-of-5 divisional series. The left-hander Ed Vosberg has now joined Mike Henneman in the bullpen for the Rangers. Talked about it earlier. Since the ballpark in Arlington opened, the Yankees are 3-13 in that ballpark. They lost their first 5 games there this season before finally getting away with a win. Tom Brenneman, Bob Brenly, our entire Fox crew at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. 4-4 game. The runs identical, the hits identical at 8. And that's taken high. 3-1 now to Raines. Notes with options. Vosburgh, a left-hander. Henneman, a right-hander. Charlie Hayes due up next, and he's a right-handed hitter. 3-1 to Raines. They were hitting and running, and he swung and fouled it straight back.
Joe really rolling the dice right there. For my money, you got to play it straight right here. Once again, a 3-1 count. Stanton has to throw a strike.
So Raines took a cut on what at least looked like from here would have been ball 4. It was a pitch up in the strike zone.
Well, on a hit and run, it's your job to protect that runner. And that pitch was up and out of the strike zone. Raines with a good hack at it, did get a piece. With Pudge Rodriguez behind the plates, you better be hacking up there on a hit and run.
So Jeter takes his lead at first. 3-2. Nope, they'll throw to first again. All right, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
There you see the high fastball from Stanton up out over the plate. That's not a strike.
Do you run 3-2 here?
I don't think so.
It's taken ball 4 high. So the first 2 are on, and here comes Johnny Oates. He has his right-hander Henneman in the bullpen. Yankees 2 on, tied at 4, nobody out in the 12th. Back in a moment. Well, Bobby, here in New York, you need a little help from the fans. They're happy to oblige a hometown guy.
Who says New Yorkers aren't friendly? There's the Yankees assistant hitting coach, Joe Q fan, telling Charlie Hayes how to bunt. Charlie Hayes only put down 1 sacrifice bunt this year, but looks like he's going to get an opportunity to get number 2 right here.
Well, he'll be facing a pretty tough right-hander in that Ranger bullpen, normally used as their closer, but certainly a game on the line-like situation. Right-hander Mike Henneman now into the game.
Mike Henneman, sinker slider pitcher, keeps the ball down in the strike zone. You see the record, 0-7, a high ERA, 5.79. 31 saves on the season. There you see the rest of his numbers. Should be relatively easy pitcher to bunt against for somebody who is used to bunting.
Well, the Yankee Stadium crowd of better than 57,000 on hand tonight. And there aren't many empty seats, despite the fact that we played well into Thursday morning. 4-4 game. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Hayes squares to bunt, lays it down third base side. He gets the job done, and the ball down the line. Jeter scores, Yankees win.
Dean Palmer was the hero last night. His defense at third base. He's going to end up being the GOAT in this ball game tonight. Perfect bunt by Charlie Hayes. Palmer in good position here. Just does not make a good throw to first base. Mark McLemore not able to keep the ball in front of him, and the Yankees win the game on an error by the best defensive team in the American League.
And the Yankees have tied this series in 1 game apiece. Joe Torre watched his team lose last night 6-2, but this moment says it all. Yes, sir. His team is going to Arlington, Texas with a win under its belt. Similar type of reaction in the Yankee dugout. It looked very dim early on when they fell behind 4-1, but they rallied back and came away with a victory in 12 innings, 5-4 the final. And our Chevrolet player of the game is shortstop Derek Jeter. Failed last night, leaving 6 men on base. Tonight he hits 3 hits and scores the winning run. Gonzalez, marvelous in a losing effort. He hit a couple of home runs, has 3 in the series, but it wasn't enough. Yankees win it 5-4, so now they move to Arlington, where Pudge Rodriguez and company return home, where they have dominated the Yankees 5 of 6 games this season. So again, we remind you that tomorrow it'll be the Dodgers and the Braves, game 2 of their series, right here on Fox 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. Our producer, Mike Weissman, our director, Jim Lynch. For Bob Brentley, Tom Brenneman, so long from Yankee Stadium in 12. The Yankees beat the Rangers 5-4. And you have been watching Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball, home of the World Series. And oh, the playoffs are just heating up. The Yanks and Rangers even a game apiece.
They're not going to go down to Texas and win 3 in a row. So what the heck? They're only down 2 runs. Go to Rivera with 1 out in the 7th inning. They've got the chance. Listen, there are just too many Dennis Cooks and Jeff Russells and Mike Henneman's out and Mike Stanton's out in that bullpen. They had a chance to win against them as long as they kept it even, and they did. And it was a great job by Rivera. 8 up, 8 down.
And as long as they kept the ball out of Juan Gonzalez's wheelhouse, what an impressive performance he put on the big stage.
Well, I mean, Gonzalez, his bat is so quick right now. You can't throw the ball on the inside part of the plate. It used to be that when Gonzalez weighed 250 pounds and was muscle-bound because of all the weightlifting, you see here, he's a totally different guy than he is now. I mean, he was the king of Muscle Beach. However, you could jam him like crazy. If they ever play the World Series against Tony La Russa, he'll have an eyeful. But now, you'll see, bam, that bat is so quick. He can take it 95 miles an hour, up, down, in. As long as you throw that ball in, he's got the lightning quickness together. He's a totally different player than he was 2 years. Interesting. He said he got his bat speed by stopping the weightlifting and losing weight. It's exactly the same thing that Ken Caminiti was talking about.
Right.
Somebody said, where'd you get all that power? He said, my shoulder hurt. I couldn't lift weights.
One guy who does have a lot of power, Derek Jeter, the rookie shortstop for the Yankees, struggled in last night's game, but he came through this evening. Harold Reynolds is in New York and is with the shortstop for the Yankees as they take care of the Rangers 5-4. Harold?
Hey, thank you, Carl. You can tell by the crowd is so excited. I'm standing here with Derek Jeter, 3 hits tonight, scored the winning run. Quite a game, huh?
Oh, yeah, we were out here a little too long, and we wanted to get it over with so we can head on to Texas. It was a big game. If we lost today, you know, we're going to Texas and have to win 3, so, you know, we're real happy we won.
If you go to Texas, like you said, down 2, it's a little difficult. If you go back, got a day off tomorrow, got a workout. 1-1 now. How do you feel your chances are?
I mean, it's a 3-game series, and, you know, Texas plays us tough. They came here, play us tough. They play us real tough in Texas. So, I mean, it's still going to be a struggle, but we like our chances.
Well, you guys played solid defense. You're one of the top defensive teams in the league. You played good defense, but you bunted the ball tonight, got the man over. You changed your game a little bit tonight as a team, it seemed like.
I mean, tonight it was a game where it seemed like if anyone made a mistake, the other team would lose. And, you know, we played 12 innings, and it, you know, fortunately Charlie Hayes got the bunt down, and it was a bad throw, so I was able to score. But it was one of those games where it seemed like whoever made the first mistake, the other team would win.
All right, Derek, thank you very much. One last question I'm going to ask you. Juan Gonzalez, he's been on fire. What are you guys going to do to try to stop Juan?
I would walk him. I don't know. He's been on fire against us all year. I mean, he killed us in Texas. He got like 7 or 8 home runs against us. So, I mean, he's in one of those zones against us. He likes playing the Yankees.
All right, Derek, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Nice game. Carl, back to you at the studio.
All right, Harold, thank you very much. And that's what I said. You just roll the ball up there. Another move by Joe Torre. Strawberry DHs in the first game, doesn't get a hit. Tonight it's Cecil Fielder, and he comes through in a big way.
It's awful hard not to have Big Daddy in the lineup. He hits the home run, he gets a key base hit. There's a presence in that lineup with Cecil Fielder that's really special. I think you'll see him in Texas.
And he comes through in this one. Much more from Howard Reynolds in New York and Peter in just a bit.
His per capita crime rate is lower than the 15 largest cities in Texas, including Arlington.
Crime issue used to be a 65 to 70% issue in New York City.
But Giuliani must know something. Scores of extra officers stood guard at Yankee Stadium, including the bomb squad. Governor Bush, by the way, is out of Texas and not available for comment.
Sit there and watch, and it's just as if somebody reaches inside and grabs a handful and pulls it out and tells you can't have it anymore.
Kern was the Rangers' stopper from 1979 to 1981. He even got a taste of postseason play, but with Chicago. In a way, it seems it's the competitive drive that drives him away from the ballpark.
The guys are still nice. When you go back in, they talk to you in the clubhouse, but you just don't belong. You're not part of the clique, and it's extremely hard to go back. It's like the mouse trying to go to the cheese and hitting the trap door every time before he gets there, and that's basically why you never see any of us there. It's just very, very hard to leave the game.
Certainly the Rangers could have used a stopper tonight. He still keeps in touch with Rangers players. He is taking Roger Pavlik and Bobby Witt on a fishing trip to the Amazon in January. Might tell you that tickets for Friday night's game do go on sale. There, if you left 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you can order them by telephone, of course, at the ballpark in Arlington. That's about it. We're here at Humperdinck's in Arlington. It's crying in your beer time. John Clarice, back to you.
Like drama with your playoffs, you had it tonight.
I'm sure quiet team flight home for the Rangers, but Johnny Oates will tell these guys eventually a 1-1 split in New York isn't all bad as it comes back to the ballpark. The Rangers do head back to Texas with some control in the first-round playoff series with the Yankees. They had hoped for total control, and they could have gotten that with a win tonight. Game 2 at Yankee Stadium. The Rangers' dominance continued early in the game anyway. Juan Gonzalez with an incredible postseason going. On top of the second, Gonzo solo homer. The fan caught it, but it was a fair ball. Texas leads 1-0. Yankees manager Joe Torre needs a drink. Early on in the third, Gonzalez with a 3-run shot. 4-1 Texas. Gonzalez' third home run of the postseason already, and the Texas dugout is loving it. Pitcher Andy Pettitte of the Yankees is not loving it. Ken Hill, the Ranger right-hander, went 6 innings, allowed 3 runs, including this Cecil Fielder solo shot. Texas lead still was 4-2. Johnny Oates getting a bit concerned. Bottom of the 8th. Hill was gone. Jeff Russell was on. Martinez with a deep drive to left. Rusty makes the catch. Bernie Williams alertly tags, advances into scoring position. Cecil Fielder picks him up. Russell allows the base hit to right. Tie ball game at 4. It stays tied until the 12th. 2 men on. Johnny Oates watches as Mike Henneman works to Charlie Hayes. Nobody out, so he's going to bunt the ball. Dean Palmer had a great year defensively, but not on this play. Bounces it past Mark McLemore at first. Derek Jeter scores with the winning run, and the Yankees win it in the bottom of the 12th. Torre and his fellow coaches and players are happy, obviously, as the Yanks even the series at 1 game each. It's a 5-4 final. Ken Hill left with a lead. The bullpen could not hold the lead. Mike Stanton took the loss. Max Morgan has more from Yankee Stadium.
Mike, we are at Yankee Stadium, and we have Mike Stanton, the Texas Ranger reliever, who was brilliant in relief tonight. Let's talk about the loss, though. How tough is that to take, Mike?
Well, it's a tough loss simply because we had the lead and we weren't able to hold it. You know, this team fought all night long, and you know, it's tough coming into a place like this and winning. You know, you'd like to go home up 2, but in a hostile environment like this, you definitely one and one's more than fine.
Talk about your performance. You had to be taken out after you got 2 on, but you had 2 scoreless innings there.
Well, I did the job to start with, but I didn't finish it off. You know, I just simply did not make the pitches when I needed to make the pitches. You know, it was a definite mistake to Jeter, and you know, Tim, I just did not throw a strike. So I'm gonna shoulder this one, and hopefully the guys when we get back in town they'll be able to pick me up.
Can you shake this one off real quickly? And of course, you get 3 maybe at home. Hopefully it doesn't go 3 more, but you have to be happy to get back to Arlington.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, and we can shake it off. I mean, we've had tough losses all year, and I've had tough losses all year in all my career, and that's the life of being a reliever. You have to be resilient, be able to bounce back both physically and mentally to get the job done. Hopefully, I'll be able to get back in the day after tomorrow and kind of redeem myself.
All right. Good luck on Friday, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Mike Stanton, the Rangers reliever. He had 2 scoreless innings of relief, but again,
Well, Steve, they're already in line waiting for World Series tickets that go on sale tomorrow. And if you look through our Eagle Eye camera, you can see several hundred people have been camped out here since Wednesday. Now, the crowd was pretty much in control of itself until this morning, and that's when calm turned to chaos.
So it was kind of crazy this morning.
The real battle at the ballpark started early this morning. Several hundred people were camped out along the pond at the ballpark waiting for World Series tickets.
Well, I was sleeping at about 4:45, I guess, when security come around telling people to move their cars. And I woke up and looked outside, and somebody said people were starting to move up to the top of the hill.
Now everyone wanted to get closer to the ticket booth, and that's when panic struck. The stampede had begun.
We'll make it.
And everybody started grabbing everything and running to the front of the line.
It was crazy, man. It looked like a small refugee camp, and everybody dragging their tents up the hill and ice chests and everything. It was a sight for sure.
So I had to pick him up, pick the tent up with one hand and drag it up here. So it was something, huh, wasn't it?
It was pretty much complete chaos.
Oh, a nightmare.
At the top of the hill, tempers started flaring.
Hey, we've been out here, you know, hardly 8, 10, 12 hours, you know, and somebody been out here 2 hours shouldn't be in front of us.
Some cutters were drummed out by fans who pointed and shouted at them. Still, others ended up falling back 20 or more spaces in line.
I'm just frustrated. I mean, I just felt like that. I felt like that Ranger security out here, they could have done a lot better job.
What they should have done was probably issue wristbands with your line position and then have you come back later.
After witnessing the people, tents, and ice chests scrambling up the hill this morning, security here is trying to instill a little more order. And now peace has finally been returned to our happy Ranger camp. Once again, World Series tickets go on sale tomorrow at 7 a.m. right here at the ballpark in Arlington. They run from $15 to $70. I'm Alan Wong reporting live at the ballpark in Arlington. Back to you, Steve.
He will help throw out tonight's ceremonial first pitch.
And now we're already enjoying the fruits of that effort, and so it's kind of come full circle, and it's something that everybody can identify with and enjoy the moment, and I'm greatly honored that the Rangers have invited us to do that.
Our coverage of the Rangers pitch for the pennant continues today at 5. Fox 4 anchors Steve Eager and Mike Ducey lead off our championship team news and sports coverage, and we will tell you all you need to know about the first ever playoff game in Arlington. Tune in today at
New York Yankees will be held noon on Saturday at the ballpark in Arlington. You will be able to see it on our sister station, KXTX TV 39. The playoff game between St. Louis and San Diego will begin at 6:30 p.m. Saturday and can be seen right here on Channel 5. They face the New York Yankees tonight at the ballpark. And if you don't have tickets to the game, don't fret, because the game will be televised right here on Channel 5. But before the game, join our sports team for a special show, Push for the Pennant. That's tonight at 6:30.
Hopes of getting one game closer to the American League Championship Series.
But amid the anticipation and all the hoopla, the threat of an umpire strike was looming. For now, that threat seems to be over. Sports Director Scott Murray joins us from the ballpark in Arlington with the latest on this issue. Scott?
Well, the latest that you talk about, Angela, is they will play ball tonight. That is official. They will play ball tonight, and as a matter of fact, through the rest of the postseason play in the American League and the National League. That's the good news, but let me tell you what took place this morning as you take a look at some of the videotape. This in Philadelphia earlier this morning, that's where the decision was made. A federal judge issuing an injunction that prevents the umpires from striking for the remainder of this season in postseason play. They had threatened to walk out in protest to the American League's failure to suspend Roberto Alomar of Baltimore's Orioles. He, of course, you recall, spit in the face of an umpire just a week ago today. The league opting to suspend him the first 5 games of next season, not what the umpires wanted to hear.
I think it's a major setback for baseball that we're here in this courtroom today. Instead of the league presidents litigating over whether Alomar should be suspended or not, they shouldn't be litigating against their own people that they send out there to maintain the integrity of this game.
We're sticking to our guns, and we don't like the decision. We don't like the decision to go back to work, but we will abide by what the judge said.
As you heard the umpires say, they do not like the decision, but they will abide by the decision. The injunction ruled earlier today, laid down earlier today in Philadelphia, PA. We'll have more on that tonight at 6 o'clock. But I guess the big story is the very fact that they will play baseball here at the ballpark in Arlington, and every one of the sellout crowd that's on hand here tonight will be a part of history. Because as you well know, this is the first ever playoff game in the history of the Texas Rangers franchise to be played here in North Texas. It's 1-1 as far as the series goes, this best of 5 with the New York Yankees. And outside, the fans, they're just as excited as some of the players. And for more on that, let's go outside to Pam Harris. Pam?
That's right, Scott. They are excited. They've showed up 2 hours before game time. A lot of people tailgating out here, just having a real good time. Now, if you have tickets for tonight's game and you plan on coming out, you better start packing up and getting out here now, because traffic is already starting to back up. In fact, traffic will be a problem for you. There's a lot of parking spaces at the ballpark, and now there's even more, just in time for tonight's game.
There's a light blue parking lot here where the old stadium used to be, and the silver lot is now open. So we've got a lot of extra parking up here. Then you would just walk down Nolan Ryan Expressway to the ballpark.
And if you want to avoid all the hassle, police suggest carpooling.
I want to bring on the Yankees. Oh, you want one of those? Okay. Cool, brother.
But these people won't have to worry about parking at the ballpark. They've parked themselves on the lawn on the north side of the stadium. They're in line for World Series tickets, which go on sale Saturday morning.
Sure it is. Yeah, it's worth it. We've had a lot of fun. Met a lot of, a lot of nice people, a lot of fans.
Fans are passing the time by playing dominoes, reading, or relaxing. Many have made this a new hobby.
Over the last few weeks, he's been here in these lines, and I'm like, what does my husband look like? Dog wants to bite him, and I'm like, if I want to know what he looks like, I better get out here. So I'm here.
And so are groundskeepers, making last-minute preparations to the stadium, including hanging these red, white, and blue buntings inside and outside the ballpark. Even some fans got lucky this afternoon finding tickets for tonight's game at the last minute.
He told me that they had tickets available, so I came up and got one. So.
Even if they were rooting for the wrong team.
600 miles to see him play, because I couldn't go to New York and see him.
Now, when you get out here, this is what you need to get. The new program, of course, we got one early. There's about 35,000 of these things printed up for the weekend, and they're $7 each, but a collector's item, so pick one up as you head on into the ballpark.
19th area, and then again around the 360 exit. But at this point, still about 2 hours out, we are doing very well as far as traffic goes. One thing we are noticing, though, there are some early birds. They've started filling up inside this the ballpark in Arlington. Not a lot of people, but real enthusiastic fans ready for this game to get started in about 2 hours. That's the situation from up here in Helicopter 8. Back to you.
Have the Rangers taken BP yet?
As I look behind me, Clarice, they're continuing to hit right now. Rangers and Yankees, Game 3, American League Divisional Series tonight here at the ballpark. It's tied at 1 game each. Regular umpires will work the game tonight. A federal court issues an injunction today forcing the umpires to go to work. They had threatened to walk out over the Alomar issue. Meantime, today, Rangers taking some batting practice. The ballpark has been a rough place for the New York Yankees to play. They're 3-13 here, but both sides are downplaying that fact.
Well, I think home teams are always more comfortable at home. You're more comfortable with surroundings, so at the ballpark and away from the ballpark. And I think if you look at most of the good teams, they play really well at home.
I don't know about advantage. That was the regular season. Obviously, this is something different, but I think we have confidence now because we know we played well against them here during the regular season. Hopefully, it'll carry over.
What is it about Arlington that the Yankees have performed so poorly over the years? Maybe something in the water. I don't know. It's baseball's a funny game, and it's tough to figure out sometimes how you do so well in certain cities and against certain teams, and then you go to a different city and a different set of guys, and the uniform you just don't do as well against. So I'm not smart enough to figure it out, and we just hope that we can stop that this series and try to win 2 ball games here.
Of course, I'm going to say this for obvious reasons. We lost 5 out of 6. You come in here and you have to put that out of your mind because you have to play here. And to carry that excess baggage into postseason game is just too many negative things go through your mind if you're thinking that way.
The starting pitchers tonight: Darren Oliver at 14-6 for Texas, Jimmy Key at 12-11 for New York. A pair of left-handers who battled earlier in the year, a game won by the Rangers. Is that fact an advantage for Oliver in this pitching duel tonight?
No, when I'm out there pitching, I don't think about the other guys out there pitching. Okay, I got to beat Jimmy Key. I got to go out there and pitch my game and try to beat the New York Yankees, not just Jimmy Key himself. And I just go out there and throw my game and, not try to worry about, who's out there pitching and what batters they have coming up. Just I go out there and do what I can, the best way I can to, get us a W.
I haven't seen Darren's heartbeat raise 1 beat no matter what situation he's been put in this year. I'm not sure if he knows where he is. So he might have the perfect makeup for, a big game pitcher.
We'll see how Darren Oliver can do in a big game situation tonight. Steve Eager is here for the big game with much more coming up at 5:30.
Talking about a big game, it's a big game. I don't know if you saw him today. Mr. October is in your ballpark in October. That's when you know it's a big game. Reggie Jackson is in the house. Spoke with him earlier. That's coming up at 5:30. We talked to some other folks getting ready inside and outside. Have you seen the tent city outside?
Yes, I have.
Amazing fans lining up for the World Series tickets. And they're Roar goes up as a Ranger batting practice ends, so we'll have all of this stuff coming up later at 5:30.
It's the first roar I've heard for batting practice all year, so that gives you some idea of the atmosphere here, Steve.
John Clarice back to you.
It's just a loss. You know, we have to go out and play tonight. You know, the night before we won, and that was just another win. That didn't win the division series for us, and losing Wednesday night didn't lose it for us. So we've got to come out today, stay focused and concentrate, and just go out and play Rangers baseball.
So even though you lose the second of the 2 games in New York, you don't think the momentum is on the side of the Yankees?
Oh, definitely not. We're at home in our ballpark. We've got the best home record in the American League, so we don't have any pressure on us. We're looking forward to a good 2 days, hopefully just 2 days and possibly a third, but we're excited about being home.
What's the feeling in the clubhouse today? As you came out here, you knew you were home cooking, you look around, this is your part?
Yeah, we're definitely excited about it. I mean, it's the first chance for Ranger fans to see a playoff game, so we're definitely excited about it and we're ready to go.
Okay. I appreciate your stopping by. Good luck tonight.
All right,
Mark McLemore, Rangers second baseman, be in action tonight with every one of the Rangers here at the ballpark in Arlington as they take on the New York Yankees. Quick note before we let you get away, our kid pick on this Friday is Norman.
He has been waiting for this just as long as Rangers fans have. Right,
well,
Dale?
the Rangers fans have waited a long time, but their wait's just about over. They're going to get a playoff game at the ballpark in Arlington tonight. It's Game 3. Darren Oliver against the Yankees. Jimmy Key with this series tied at a game apiece. Rangers president Tom Schieffer joins me here now. Has it taken any of the fun out of it? There's been so much talk the last day or two about the umpires and their threat of a strike.
Not for me. It'd be nuclear war is about the only thing that'll take the fun out of it for me. But I am glad they got resolved, and I know that the umpires, I talked to some of them, they wanted to umpire the game, and I'm glad that the judge ordered them back because I think that gave them a good way to get out of the mess that we're all in on.
Yeah, they're talking about a month or so having a major summit meeting. This is something that's long overdue, isn't it?
This is, Robbie Alomar's behavior was just inexcusable, and it should have been dealt with in a sterner manner than it was, and I'm very sympathetic to the umpires. I think they were right on this one.
Here's a looking, you're looking at Juan Gonzalez. You're in trouble if somebody doesn't start driving in runs besides him, aren't you?
Well, what we've gotten is that fan is going to come down here and help us out tonight. But, yeah, I mean, Juan has carried us a lot of times during the year, and he certainly did in the first 2 ball games. But we need more production out of the rest of the line. But I got a feeling we're going to get that.
Most valuable player in the league, Juan Gonzalez?
I don't see how you could vote for anybody else, but, you know, we'll see when it gets through. But right now, we got to get to the World Series.
This special we did the other night, the Rangers Year to Remember, we had the Arlington Mayor Richard Green on talking about the fact that this ballpark enabled the Rangers management to do some things to step up the level of play. Is he right about that?
No question about it. If we didn't have the ballpark, we wouldn't have the ability to have the kind of payroll we have, and that with the payroll we have, we can compete. And that's what we said when we